right, let's testify, man.
Oh God, you've done so much for me. I'm grateful and overwhelmed here at your feet. And I could stay here forever, Lord, but you call me to something more. And I hear you say that you have a plan to use every broken woman and man to display just how good you are. We are your living pieces of art. What good does it do to hide away when all of my scars are a picture of grace? All right. So I will testify of the power of God. Tell the word of the hope I have found. For my body was broken, my heart was made whole, and that's too good to keep to myself. So I will testify of the power of God. Oh, do you believe it? Has He done it for anyone else? I said, has He done it for anyone else? Cause the God that I serve, He's always at work. Has He done it for anyone else? So come on and testify of the power of God. Come on and tell the world of the hope we have found. For our body was broken, our hearts were made whole, and that's too good to keep to yourself. Come on and testify of the power of God. This is my story, this is my song, praising my Savior all the day long. I'm gonna testify. Somebody testify your voice. This is my. So I'm gonna testify. Somebody testify. Come on, take it out. Jesus, my champion, the victor of grace, the only one worthy of all of my praise. Yeah. So come on and testify. Oh, somebody lift Him high. Come on, testify of the power of God. I will tell the world of the hope I have found. Oh, for my body was broken, my heart was made whole, and that's too good to keep to myself. So I will testify of the power of God. Sing that. Oh, my body was broken, my heart was made whole, and that's too good to keep to myself. So I will testify of the power of God. Oh, let's do that right now, Murfreesboro.
And hey guys, how you doing today? Hope you are well. Sorry I'm late, and Stan, of course, first in the chat saying he's getting ready to give up for today. Yeah, I know. I'm not gonna lie. I've just been having a little bit of difficulty getting up in the morning, and when I say that, I mean like literally the act of getting out of bed is difficult for me. But the topic that I put in the title is something that I think that people on both sides of the great debate, if you will, between theists and atheists, they tend to rush to judgment on an answer for this. It's almost like when we think about politics. Now, we're always very certain that whichever side we are on is absolutely correct in almost any circumstance, while the other side is almost always absolutely wrong in any circumstance. And I think it's the same way here. I think there are many theists of various stripes, whether you be Christian, Muslim, or non-religious but theist, who, of course, presume that atheists are irrational, while there are many atheists who, of course, look at theists and say, yeah, they're obviously being irrational. And so I wanted to take a moment. Now, you guys know, well, if you've been around this channel, you know that I am a fairly analytical guy. I believe highly in the use of rationality and reason when we talk about these types of topics, and I know that can be difficult. But I think that we should try to approach it as dispassionately as possible. Don't get me wrong, there is a place for emotion in religion and or non-religious beliefs, but the I don't think that that this particular discussion, as far as which makes more sense, should be an emotionally heated discussion. And so, real quick, I'm gonna tell you. There's a couple of quick responses that were in the chat that I'll address real fast before we get going. And so Arabic says at least theists are on the right track. Now, granted, I believe that most of my audience currently is comprised of theists. And I myself, obviously, am a Christian. And so but that's an unfair statement to say, well, at least this group is on the right track. And the reason you'd say that is because that group is obviously correct. But the problem is that that's something that it's akin to something called presuppositionalism. You're just assuming that you're right, and therefore, of course, the correct side would be, would be on the right track, so to speak. But the thing is, if you want to approach it from a position of true intellectually honest rationalism, you can't make the blind assumption that one side is correct ahead of time, even if you happen to believe in that particular side. As like, I obviously have my biases, but if you don't check your bias at the door, then you can't have an honest discussion about it. And I'm not trying to pick on you, Arabic. I'm just saying, but I'm glad you mentioned that because a lot of people will jump to that conclusion. Atheists do the same thing, where atheists will say, "Well, at least atheists are correct," and like I've heard atheists argue, "Hey, would you rather have the truth or feel good?" Trying to imply that theism is just a mechanism to quote unquote feel better. And by the way, since we're getting going here, I do want to mention, and I'll try to remember to mention this once or twice through the stream, that email address. If you are interested in participating in an actual Bible study with myself and others, please send a message to that email address. There's only a couple of requirements. One is that you will have to participate, so you will need some way of communicating. Now, most smartphones are easily capable of communicating at the level that's necessary. But Number two, this is not an invitation for debate. So if you are of a particular stripe of Christianity and you want to evangelize, not the place to do it. You could certainly put your opinion as far as when we get to certain passages and you want to talk about, one interpretation over another. That's perfectly okay, but it's not a place to debate or evangelize for one particular denomination or another. And finally, it is not a debate forum for atheists to come and try to challenge the idea of theism. This is just a Bible study, nothing more, nothing less. The reason I don't say what time or the Bible study is going to be is because I want to actually leave that open a little bit. I can be somewhat flexible with my schedule because of the fact that currently I'm not working, and so if you guys want to meet on Tuesday instead of Wednesday, or Thursday, or you want to meet in the afternoon as opposed to in the morning or something, we could probably make it work. But as long as we can get a couple of people. So what I would ask you to do is, if you're interested, send an email to that email address, expose.biblestudy@gmail, and simply say, hey, I'm interested in the Bible study, and here are the days and times that I'm available, and then list said days and times. We're going to shoot for the Bible study being roughly an hour long. So figure you got to carve out about that much time. The only other thing is that if you do want to participate, I expect people to commit to actually showing up. To me, there's nothing more frustrating. Sorry, the printer stopped, so I just need to check it. There's nothing more frustrating than when people tend to start showing up for a Bible study and then very quickly they just kind of disappear. If you don't want to do it, then don't do it. That's perfectly okay. There. But I would love to get at least 2 or 3 people that are interested in this. So that I want to I want to do some more Old Testament studies, and then I want to delve into the New Testament and kind of compare and basically try to analyze with critical thought. Does the Old Testament genuinely point to Christ, or are Christians missing the boat there, as many Jews would assert? So, back to the question at hand about rationality. Now, there's another interesting question that Stan brings up. Isn't faith often irrational? Here's the biggest problem with that statement. It's faith in that context, in the context of your question, is kind of a loaded term, because when we say faith, different people start thinking of different things. To some, faith, they simply go with like they'll literally quote the Bible, where it's, faith is evidence for that which is not seen, which is a very esoteric and poetic way to put it, but it doesn't really put a hard definition on the word. Other people will try to say, for example, the most common thing that I've heard from the non-believing community is that faith is belief without evidence. Or sometimes they will say faith is belief without proof. To which I say, bullcrap. I'm sorry, that's not what faith means in a biblical sense. The problem with the word faith is, like a lot of words in the English language, is that the word has multiple meanings. And so to simply say faith is believing without evidence, no, faith is, and Arabic already put it in the chat, but the biblical concept of faith is simply trust that in what God's in the context of Judeo-Christian belief specifically, trust in God, to trust that God is going to do what God says He is going to do, and not only that, that ultimately that is for the betterment of mankind. So, but it's not belief in God. It's not the acknowledgement of God's existence. That's not faith. That is, quite frankly, belief. And this is where a lot of atheists, I think, miss the boat. And by the way, a lot of Christians do too, because there are a lot of Christians that are more than happy to go along with the assumption that faith is simply believing something. They might not say without evidence, but they might say without proof that it's true. That's neither of those statements are true. Faith is, for example, if I say, and this would be an accurate use of the word faith, and I know it's an example that I've used before, but it's a good one, that I have faith that when I sit down in this chair is going to support my gargantuan weight, right? Now, when I say that, I'm saying I have put my trust in this chair. And by extension, trust in the people who manufactured this chair, who sold me this chair, etc. I have faith that the chair is going to do what the chair is supposed to do, which is to support my gargantuan weight. And if you could say, well, the first time you sit in that chair, do you have any evidence that the chair is going to support your weight? Well, on the one hand, you could argue you don't know that particular chair. If you've never sat in that chair before, some would argue, well, then you don't have any evidence, except that you know what a chair is. And you know that chairs are specifically designed to support people. And perhaps you looked at the if you're a big guy like me, you would look at the manufacturer's specs on the chair and make sure that it is designed to support someone of your gargantuan weight. And so that is all evidence to support the idea that the chair is going to support you. So then faith comes in. Are you going to trust that evidence, or do you need more? And that's perfectly okay. But notice in none of the examples that I've talked about involving chairs is faith about acknowledging the chair's existence. And that's where I think a lot of people kind of miss the boat on this. All right, what are you doing now? Stupid thing. All right. This thing keeps jamming. Hold on. And there we go. Try that again. Okay, and print. All right. So there's nothing there about the chair's actual existence. It's all about trusting something that you already know exists. Similarly, with faith in God, it's faith in God is not acknowledging the existence of God. It's trusting that God is going to do what He says He's going to do. And so that's one of the reasons, like we use the term faith synonymously with some religion. So we might say, what is your faith? Meaning, are you a Christian? Are you a Muslim? Are you a Jew? Are you a Hindu or whatever? And all that's doing is it's showing, well, I trust that God follows or God authored this set of works, if you're looking at the Bible, or this particular book, if you have to be a Mormon, or this particular book, if you happen to be a Muslim, or these completely different books. And I don't understand the whole authorship question as far as Hindus and some. I just haven't gotten that deep into it. So when you but that's just an expression of, okay, so they're all these people are theists, And so they all believe that a god or gods exist. But then their faith, their trust is that God is a being as expressed in a particular work or set of works. And that's when we talk about various religious concepts or holy books. And I don't think that, I think that unfortunately a lot of people can't separate religion and faith. They think that they're kind of the same thing, but they're really not. You have faith that, if I'm a Christian, I have faith that, that the writers of the New Testament were being true and accurate with what they reported. I have faith that obviously the Old Testament is an accurate accounting of history prior to Christ, and further that the Old Testament prophets were prophesying specifically about Christ, stuff like that. That's all articles of faith. But my belief that God exists supersedes all of that. And like I was talking to a young atheist just the other day while driving him in my car doing a Lyft ride, and I said, I did not believe in God because I don't believe in God because I'm a Christian. I became a Christian as a direct result of my belief in God. And so I think that we need to separate those. So, so is so keep in mind, I'm not arguing which is more rational, faith or atheism, because here's the other side of that. I know that atheists don't like the particular phraseology, and honestly, the way that many Christians phrase it is awkward and not particularly accurately done. But it is a true statement nonetheless, and that is that everybody has faith, including atheists. Atheists have every bit as much faith as Christians. The difference is what they have faith in. Where is your trust? And in the case of most atheists, not all, because some atheists, they're just atheists because they reject the God concept, but they've never given it much thought as far as, so they're not, I would say they're not thinking atheists. They're just people that, I don't want anything to do with religion. And by the way, there are plenty of Christians that do the same thing. I'm not saying that one side or the other is dumber. There are plenty of idiots on both sides. But but for the common, like if you are an atheist and you've given it thought, and I know that like commonly atheists will say, well, I don't believe something unless I have proof. I don't like that statement either. I think that that is inherently a false statement. You cannot say that with any truth because nobody gets proof to everything that they would have to believe. So, for example, nobody, the one that Cliff Connecty uses is if you are given a prescription by the doctor and then you go to the pharmacy to pick up the prescription, are you going to show up at the pharmacy with a complete chemistry setup so that you can analyze the drug and make sure that the pharmacist didn't put poison in it, in your drugs? Obviously, the answer to that is no. Nobody checks that because you have faith that the pharmacist is going to do their job, right? That the pharmacist knows what they're doing and that they are. Do you have proof of this? Do you know the pharmacist personally? Most of the time, the answer to that is no. Do we have, do you have evidence of it? Well, if it's a reputable pharmacy, you could go with that. You could say, hey, I go to CVS Pharmacy, I bought drugs there in the past and stuff like that. So there can be evidence, but you're still taking it on faith that when the pharmacist hands you that vial to inject yourself or that bottle of pills or whatever it is, that it actually is whatever the super long word on the label says, and that the pharmacy did in fact fill this order the way that your doctor intended. And further, you have faith that your doctor has your best intent, gosh, what's the word I'm looking for? Man, I'm losing my brain here. But has your best whatever it is in mind that the doctor wants to take care, wants to take care of your health, wants to keep you as a healthy individual, and is going to prescribe something that will actually benefit you. Because of the doctor's vast knowledge of pharmaceuticals. Further, you have faith in the pharmaceutical company that the drugs that they develop are actually going to do what they claim that they will do, that the clinical trials and studies that they do are legitimate and properly conducted and all that. You have to have faith in all these various layers of things just to go to the pharmacy and pick up a prescription. No, you're not going to, the only way you could honestly say you don't do anything without proof is if you are your own doctor, your own chemist, your own pharmacist, everything. Because and nobody is an expert in everything. So I think that the idea of life without faith is silly. Further, when we look at the larger question, the question of theos, does God exist? Hence the very defining principle of what an atheist or a theist is. Then you get to the question of, well, I look at, why do you come to the conclusion that you do? Now, many people, and this is unfortunate, but it's absolutely true, many people simply believe one way or the other as far as existence of God, not because of any serious seeking out of evidence or truths or anything like that. Rather, they're believing what either family, friends, or people that they respect have said. And therefore, because of what that person has said, and that person I deem as a trustworthy individual, whether it be a parent, a friend, or a doctor on TV, whatever it may be. Like for some people, you might look at your parents and say, well, my parents would never lie to me. They say God is real, therefore God is real. Or you might say, hey, you know what? I love the series Cosmos on PBS if you're old like me. And boy, that Carl Sagan really seems to know his stuff. And he says there's no God, so I'm going to take his word for it that there's no God. There is a huge number, and I dare say the majority of people fall into that general category. They just they answer the question of whether or not there is a God on faith. That is, on trust in something they were given by another person. And that's the majority of people. The minority of people actually will look at the question and try to see, well, what evidence in the universe is there that I can use to answer that question as to whether or not something grander is behind it all, whether or not there's a living entity behind it all, etc. And and that's kind of where I came into it. Like when I was a kid, my parents were active in the United Methodist Church, and I grew up in, I wouldn't call it's not a strict, like a fundamentalist type religious household, because it's a more progressive church, but but definitely a God believing, if not God fearing household. And not only that, but on my mom's side of the family, everybody was, with the exception of my mom, was Catholic, and very, very Catholic. In fact, my favorite aunt, was a nun. And My only surviving relative of my parents' generation on my mom's side is my Uncle Harry, and he is a very devout Catholic. While on my dad's side of the family, the only surviving member of the family, well, there's actually a few of my dad's generation, are my uncle John, who is kind of, I would say, not atheistic, but non-theistic, if you will. And he just doesn't really participate in the theism thing. And then my aunt Muriel, who is Presbyterian, and my other uncle, who I'm honestly not sure on. And so on my dad's side, mostly Protestant. My mom's side, 100% Catholic. So I could have gotten it from there. But then as I grew up a little bit, I started to question the assertions about God that were made because some things didn't seem to add up. And then I eventually I rejected it. I became an all-out atheist, and it was and part of it was influence from people like Carl Sagan. Carl Sagan was a huge influence on my childhood, as well as I grew as I got into high school and stuff. People like Professor Stephen Hawking, and because I'm a physics nerd, I love that stuff. There's a reason that particular equation is on my whiteboard there. It's a very important equation in physics. But so those types, those people had a huge impact on me. And I swung the other way, and that I started thinking that, okay, there's no reason for me to doubt these physicists that are telling me all these things about the universe and that God doesn't exist. And then I started learning about some of this stuff on my own, and that's when I started coming to truly my own conclusions on it. And I realized that, at least in my opinion, the very nature of the universe pretty much requires a creator god of some kind. You might argue, you can argue about whether or not Yahweh fits the description, but I don't think that you can argue no God. And we'll get into that, especially, I hope we get some atheists to challenge me on this, but we'll get into that later probably. But the interesting thing though is that now I at this point I started to believe that God existed, but I was not a Christian. At best, you could call me agnostic, although I don't like that term. Really, the correct term is I was a theist, but a non-religious theist. I didn't become a Christian until somewhat later, and I'm not going to get into all the details of that. But the point is, then when we start examining the universe, is it more rational to conclude that there is or is not a God? I think that's the biggest question out there. That's a question that I wish physicists would take on in a more intellectually honest way. Don't get me wrong. I'm not saying that Neil deGrasse Tyson or other physicists who are, Lawrence Krauss or whoever, I'm not saying they're all a bunch of irrational idiots or anything. Far from it. I'm saying that when they tend to approach the question of theism, they tend to approach it in a non-critical, unthinking, irrational way, and I think that leads them to an irrational conclusion. And because when I hear these people, when I hear them talk about religion specifically, I'm not talking about like if Neil deGrasse Tyson is talking about spaghettification on the event horizon of a black hole. Generally, I have no qualms with anything he's saying. And in fact, there are some things that Tyson says that I really, really like because they tend to fall in line with some things that I think about the universe that I think most mainstream scientists would not think. And so I love that. But if he talks specifically about religion, I notice an interesting pattern, and this pattern was the same with him, with Krauss, with Hawking, with Sagan, with every atheistic scientist I've ever heard talk about the subject. And it's simply that they're not talking about God, at least as the Abrahamic monotheists see God. I'm not, and this is not like trying to debate the finer points of doctrine or anything as far with Jews, Muslims, or Christians of any stripe, because it's a much broader issue than that. Most of these scientists see the monotheistic faiths as simply an evolution, if you will, of the pagan polytheistic simple faiths of worshiping nature itself, worshiping trees or grass or streams. And so they see Yahweh as just as a god of the gaps. That more or less the way that, for those of you that don't know, the god of the gaps argument is simply that the earliest concepts of religion is that if you ask a question, the answer is always God did it. Why does it rain? God did it. Well, then we figure out, no, actually it rains because of certain meteorological phenomenon. I don't know the exact process of why clouds form droplets, what caused them to condense to that point, but experts in meteorology do. And they can tell you under what circumstances clouds will drop water as opposed to just float in the sky or drop snow or sleet or whatever. And of course, all that has to do with pressure, moisture content, and temperature all play a big role in all this. So, but they can tell you, pretty much how it all works. So then you say, well, then why does it rain? Well, because clouds, contain moisture, and under the right circumstances, they'll drop this water. Well, where do the clouds come from? Well, God put them there. Well, but then we find out that actually clouds are the result of water evaporating mostly from the oceans due to solar radiation beating down on the earth, adding energy to this ecosystem, and that energy in the form of heat evaporates water, forms clouds, etc. So then we understand that. Oh, okay, so it's because of the solar radiation, not because God did it. Okay, so where did the solar radiation come from? Well, God put that there. And you can see it. This just goes on and on and on and on, and so as science learns more about how things in the universe works, God's role is diminished, and so therefore the God of the gaps is getting smaller and smaller and smaller, where science is explaining more and more and more. And the biggest problem with that is that that's not the Judeo-Christian God at all. And in fact, what I think is really interesting, and for those of you that have been on the channel long enough, you may remember this, when we did Genesis, when we talked about Genesis chapter 1, the creation story of Genesis 1, the 6 days of creation. One of the things that's very, very interesting about those 6 days is that the purpose and point of those 6 days is not just to tell you how the universe was created. And in fact, I think that that's not even a point of that. I don't think that that's relevant at all to the first chapter of Genesis. Rather, it's to show you who created everything, because at the time, keep in mind that at the time that Genesis was first written, and it wasn't first written in the time of Abraham or anything like that. Genesis was first written after the initial exodus of the Jews from Egypt. That's when the 5 books of Moses were all written, were when the Jews were in the desert. And so, but when Genesis was written, the Jews were getting ready to go to what is affectionately referred to as the Promised Land. And the Promised Land was full of pagans that worshipped various natural things, like the people like Sagan and Neil deGrasse Tyson would talk about. That these pagans were worshiping the grass or the trees or the sky or the birds or whatever. And so the point of Genesis was to, I think, to prepare the Jews and, in essence, also communicate to the modern world as well, that Genesis is not a systematic approach to how creation took place. It's showing you the relationship of God, the world, if you will, the cosmos, and humanity, where those things fall into line, and the fact that you don't worship anything within the cosmos, you worship the creator of the cosmos. And that's something that's been around since day one of Judaism, let alone Christianity, that God is not the God of the trees or the God of the sky or the God of the sun. God is the God. In fact, one of the old, if you watch The Chosen, they do something you don't see very often, which is they translate some classic Jewish prayers, and a lot of Jewish prayers would open up with "Lord God, King of the universe," because that's what he is. He created the whole ball of wax. He's not the God of something. He is the God of everything. And so when people like Sagan or Tyson talk about God, they are talking about basically eliminating pagan beliefs. And for the most part, I agree with them 100% on that. But the problem is they just can't see the difference between pagan beliefs and the monotheistic Abrahamic faiths. They don't see that there are fundamental differences between them. And and I think that the reason they don't see it is they are intentionally and willingly blind to it. Because they would rather believe their myth of a universe that just happens to be a universe that either self-created or you know well, basically has to have self-created at some point, because they don't want to acknowledge God. And I think that there's, I can't speak for, I don't know what's in the heart of Neil deGrasse Tyson. I don't know what was in the heart of Carl Sagan. So I'm not going to make those assumptions. I do understand, however, that to a lot of people, it's very liberating in their minds to say there is no God. Because quite simply, if there's no God, then there are no divine mandated rules that govern how we live our life. And in the modern context, most importantly, how we govern our sexuality. And that is, unfortunately, it tends to boil back down to that. We want to live out our lives how we want to, and we don't think that God has any right to tell us what to do with our body parts, particularly those body parts used for reproduction. And so I think that's where a lot of it does indeed come from. But the problem is that you still run into, if you're going to try to be an intellectually honest and analytical atheist, then you still have a fundamental problem in that the universe is then a self contradictory thing. Because you can't have the universe, it's kind of funny. When I was a little kid, there was still debate going on in the world about whether or not the universe has been around for all eternity, or if it is something that had a definitive beginning. The idea of an eternal universe was generally called the steady state theory. Steady state was a universal model that the universe as it is now has pretty much always existed as it is now. And there were various ways of trying to, as far as for scientists to try and write out a steady state model that would work. Like one that I remember reading when I was young was the idea that, okay, we know the basic lifestyle of a star, right? So various gases in space coalesce. They become, thanks to gravity, they become denser and denser until eventually nuclear fusion begins to take place. Stars don't actually burn, they're not on fire, but fusion is just a result of the immense pressures. And so, since the universe is mostly hydrogen, a cloud of mostly hydrogen gas will coalesce and become this fusion reactor, and then the star will begin to glow. Over the course of billions of years, the star will burn up, or well, not burn up, but will fuse all of its hydrogen into helium. And then all of the helium, it will fuse into whatever the next element is. I'm sorry, my brain is not quite on. But then all the way up to fusing to iron. And once the star reaches a certain level, it collapses in on itself. And if the star is sufficient mass, it will actually explode into what we call a supernova. When the supernova happens, all the elements of the star, well, the majority of the elements of the star are flung out into space, and the remnants of the star are left behind as a beautiful stellar cloud we call a nebula. And so that's the basic life cycle of a star. And then, so in the steady state concept, it just continues on from there. The nebula will eventually recoalesce back down into a new star. Let me see. Yeah, it's not working, so might as well stop it. Stop. Yes, stop. So it'll eventually coalesce back down into a new star. When it does, then the whole process continues on, starts over again. And thus you could have a universe that continues on forever, assuming that that you will say that stars exploding and recoalescing can happen an infinite number of times. And that was one of the problems, because with fusion, these elements would become heavier and heavier elements. And so how do you explain that, stars are still mostly hydrogen? And so people would come up with creative ways to get the elements to break back down to hydrogen over time so that they could become new, fresh stars. And it's an interesting idea, but obviously the compelling observational evidence is that the universe is expanding. And if the universe is expanding, then logically, sometime in the past, the universe was much, much smaller. And in fact, we figured that the universe eventually was so small and so dense that for all practical purposes, you could say it was a singular point. And then it expanded extremely rapidly outward from that singular point. And if that's true, then we should see some kind of resonant radiation in the form of microwaves at because microwaves are at the very low end of the spectrum, to find as evidence of this huge expansion. And sure enough, it wasn't until the I don't remember late 70s or early 80s that cosmic microwave radiation was discovered. And so it pretty much ended the debate. There was no longer a viable option for a steady state universe, and instead we went to the what we affectionately now call the Big Bang model. But the thing is that obviously religion all along has just said, yeah, the universe obviously had a beginning because in the beginning God created the heavens and the earth. That's where you know most monotheists came from. But now, if the universe had a beginning, we run into a very significant problem, which is what caused the beginning? What caused the expansion of the universe? Did the expansion of the universe, because even if I understand, like some people will say, it's a nonsensical question to say what happened before the Big Bang, because if the Big Bang included the beginning of time, then that means that there was no before the Big Bang. I get that, but that's also, I mean, like God, if God exists outside of time, I understand it's also difficult to talk about what did God do before the Big Bang, right? It's a weird, our finite and temporal brains can't really wrap our heads around the idea of existence outside of time. But here's the problem. Time is required in order to change anything from one state to another state. So, for example, you cannot, if you have, hydrogen and oxygen mixed together into water, you can't make that water into steam without a couple of things. One is you need to reach a significant temperature based on the amount of pressure and all that. So obviously, with very low pressure, the temperature doesn't need to be as hot. With very high pressure, the temperature needs to be hotter. And so the so you need temperature pressure combination that works to convert it, but then you need time for the phase change to actually happen. So you cannot have any events happen without without time. So the first moment in time would be whenever the first event actually happened. So the question then becomes, well, if the universe was in a balanced singularity form, and then for some reason began to expand, something had to act upon the universe to cause that expansion. Why do we get that? Well, simple universal principles like cause and effect. Newton's laws, while the relativity may be a more accurate way of describing things like gravity, some things about Newton do hold true to this day. For example, an object at rest will remain at rest unless acted upon by another object. Likewise, an object in motion will remain in motion unless acted upon by another object. And While we might say, but wait a minute, if I roll a ball down the hill, it'll eventually just stop rolling. But what's acting upon it is, in fact, a combination of air resistance, ground resistance, gravity, etc. The ball doesn't stop because of it did it on its own. The ball stops because of these other factors acting upon it. Likewise, the ball doesn't roll down the hill on its own. The ball would roll down the hill because you pushed it, and then gravity accelerated it. So everything requires something to act upon it to happen. And so even when we go back to our rain example, like in order for the droplets to fall from the sky, they have to form in the clouds. In order for the droplets to form in the clouds, you have to have the right amount of solar radiation and pressure and all that. In order for that to happen, you have to have the solar radiation coming down on Earth. In order for that to happen, you have to have nuclear fusion taking place on the sun. In order for that to happen, you go on back, and eventually everything travels back to the Big Bang. Any action you can, if you get reductive enough, any and all actions will go back to the Big Bang. Everything is initially caused by the Big Bang. But there is an exception. And I think it's an interesting one. I think the exception to that rule is conscious thought. And now, when people ask about do animals have a conscious thought? The honest answer is we don't know, because the only way we could know would be to be able to measure the subjective experience of another being, which we have no way of doing. We can only analyze our own subjective experience. And so we know that humans have conscious thought. And we know that humans can basically arbitrarily think about whatever they feel like thinking about. If you want to think about what you're going to have for dinner, you can just think about that. If you want to fantasize about your favorite sexual escapade, you can do that too. It's completely up to you. Now, that's where we get to, when we talk about ultimate origins of the universe, I think that in order for the prime movement to happen, it requires a conscious entity. And so that's where I think that a requirement for a God comes into play. The universe could not exist without consciousness. And if there was a consciousness in the primordial universe, then whether or not Christianity is correct or not, I would call that consciousness God. And so further, I think that, and by the way, Toner 23 mentions in the chat that some animals do have conscious thoughts. No, we presume they do. We do not know that they do. And that's the problem. There is no way to measure. I mean, we can measure impulses on the brain, but we can't know for a fact what those impulses are in another being. We can only say they're consistent with something, but that's, it's one of those things that we don't really know a lot about. As far as consciousness is one of those things, scientists, if you want to say, oh yeah, we know exactly what consciousness is, then you're either deluding yourself or you're lying, because we don't. We're not even 100% sure if consciousness is simply an emergent property of the brain, or, we don't know. And you're right, you can't know if the only thing you can know with any absolute certainty is your own self-existence and consciousness. Now, we make some fundamental, and that's the thing, like with science, and which I'm a big believer in science, with science, we have to make a few fundamental assumptions about the universe. One, that we are not the only being in the universe, right? So, assumption number one is that basically other people are the same thing as I am, right? So, that you, me, every other human being, that we are, in fact, all living conscious entities. That the human species is real and consistent. We also have to make the fundamental assumption that the universe is pretty much as it appears to be. We're not like undergoing some massive hallucination that the stars are real, planets are real, objects within all those masks behind me are all real physical objects. It's not just a illusion being beamed into a bizarre floating consciousness somewhere. We have to make that assumption for science to work. Further, we have to make the assumption for science to work that the universe is logically coherent and consistent. That and this goes back to fundamental laws of physics. And by the way, despite the fact that Einstein is famous for it, these principles existed long before Einstein, which is the idea that the laws of physics are the same for everyone at every time. So, the you could argue about whether the variables in gravity may change, like if you have different mass on your planet and all that, but gravity itself works the same everywhere in the universe for all time. And if that's not true, if the laws of physics do change over time, then nothing that we know through science is reliable. If the universe isn't what it appears to be, then everything we've learned through science is unreliable. If other people don't have consciousness, then everything we've learned from science is unreliable. So you can't, we have to make certain assumptions. And by the way, that same is true with with people who it doesn't matter. But science is just the acquisition of knowledge, primarily for the purpose of passing it down to future generations. So that's why we have every bit of knowledge and understanding and technology that we have. Because starting with the earliest humans, we were able to collect and disseminate and pass down information so that the next generation would know more than the previous generation. And we tried to make that a consistent benchmark throughout human history. So going back to the fundamental question that we have, well, then what ultimately is more rational? That there's some kind of primordial consciousness that triggered the first event, or that the first event just happened and just without cause, or that the universe caused itself to exist. Now, I personally don't think that the universe causing itself is logically coherent. I think that the reason for those types of ideas, like from Krauss, etc., is simply to try to create a universe that doesn't, quote unquote, require a God. But the thing is, science doesn't require a God because science is simply collecting information about the universe. So that's one of the reasons that science is ultimately the one thing that should be truly agnostic. Science should not assume there is a God. Science should not assume there is not a God. Science simply collects information, and we try to hypothesize and theorize the best possible answers based on the information available. The problem is we very frequently let our personal opinions, wants, and desires get in the way of that. Sometimes it will delay the discovery of things because we don't want to upset the religious beliefs. Sometimes, as we see now, we waste whole swaths of intellectual giants just to try to come up with ways to avoid God when the question of God isn't even truly a scientific question. I'm all for trying to understand as much as we can about the Big Bang to get as close to the absolute origin of the universe as possible, and who knows, maybe one day to crack that nut, although I kind of doubt we will. However, to go through the trouble of making a logically incoherent theory, and by the way, spending years on it, as Krauss and Hawking and others have, just because you don't like the idea of God. It's a waste of time. And it's a waste of so much scientific potential. All right, so let's continue on through the chat because I think there might be some interesting things here. And so I'm sorry that I am so far behind, but we'll get through it as quick as we can. So Stan says, "Do you think faith is always rational?" No, I don't think. But you see, putting the qualifier of "always" on there, of course not. I think that humans are not always rational, and that's humans of every stripe. So no, faith is not always rational, but then neither is science. Let's see. I probably could have worded that better. No worries. Track reviewer in the house. Good to see you, buddy. Says, what do you think about Starfleet Academy being over after season 2? I'm celebrating that fact. I'm surprised they're bothering to even finish post-production on season 2. Yeah, me too. I wish they would have just said, yeah, we're not going to do post-production on it. Screw it. Faith of the heart. Isn't faith trusting? Yes, indeed. That is exactly what faith means. Faith is not a belief claim, it is a trust claim. And so it doesn't, it's horrible the way that it's being abused as a term by both atheists and Christians alike. Street Preacher says, well, I consider faith as believing that there was a guy named Jesus who was the Son of God and was crucified on the cross to atone for human sins. So I would say this. You're in a sense, there's some truth to that. When you say that, for example, do you believe or do you have faith in the authors of the New Testament, that they were writing legitimate historical events, right? And so but then again, that is already presupposing the existence of the authors of the New Testament. And so but is there evidence to that? And obviously there is. There's lots of evidence that Jesus was a real person. There's lots of evidence that the authors of the New Testament were real people. And so we should follow that evidence wherever it will lead. And that's something that people on both sides of the theological, political, and atheistic fence are unwilling to do. There's no hard evidence, so that belief requires faith. The problem is to say there's no hard evidence of what? Are you saying there's no hard evidence of the existence of God? There is definitely hard evidence. It's just a matter of whether or not you're going to believe that the evidence is in fact evidence, and that's something people argue about all the time. People say, oh, there's no evidence that God existed. Well, I would submit to you that the fact that the universe had a beginning is evidence that God exists. Now, it's not proof, but there's no absolute proof of anything outside of self-existence. I cannot prove to you that the sun is mostly hydrogen. I can show you why we believe that. Like if we run a spectrometer on the sun, and we can see that the markers in the light spectrum that we get from the sun shows a large amount of hydrogen based on our understanding of how the presence of hydrogen affects light. However, does that mean that it couldn't be something else? No, it doesn't. And so I can't prove it. So to say that proof of almost anything is virtually impossible. Now, some things you can more easily lay a foundation of than others. Like, for example, if I want to make the claim that these pliers are real and exist in the physical universe, it's a lot easier for me to do that than to say, make the claim that Saturn is a planet that is larger than the Earth. Because this, I can hold in my hand, I can feel it, I can touch it. If you were in the room, I could hand it to you. You could feel it and touch it, and I could say, there, you see, it's real. However, you could still question whether or not your sensory perceptions are accurate and all that. So you could still put doubt in there, but for the most part, you're pretty solid on that. However, Saturn, there's no way that you can't get a sample of Saturn. We can't go visit Saturn. You cannot... you can see a point of light in the sky, but you can't see any defining qualities of Saturn without a telescope. Like, you can't see the rings without the telescope, which, by the way, Saturn's rings are so beautiful, even through a fairly modest telescope. So, but, how do I prove that Saturn is bigger than the Earth? I mean, I can talk to you all about, various methods that we use to try and determine Saturn's exact distance, and based on its distance and its relative size in space to other objects, then we can try to calculate its exact size physically. We can calculate its mass based on its gravity. We can there's a lot of things we can show you that we can calculate to figure out Saturn's size, shape, etc. But can I prove to you, can I demonstrate to you right in front of you that Saturn is bigger than the Earth? No. And so the faith is not faith in Saturn. The faith is faith in the person who presents to you that says, I am an expert on planets, and I say that Saturn is the second largest planet in our solar system. Okay. Do you have faith in that person? Do you have faith in if Neil deGrasse Tyson walks in the room and says, yes, Saturn, it's not we're not going to deplanetize it like we did Pluto. Saturn is a real planet, and Saturn is the second largest planet in the solar system and everything. Which, by the way, I think that, I'm not trying to harp on Tyson, because I actually agreed with him on the Pluto thing. But if Pluto is a dwarf planet, not a planet, and for obvious reasons, like if you take into account things like Ceres, you kind of have to do that. But so Pluto's not a planet; it's a dwarf planet. Shouldn't we be calling Jupiter, Saturn, Uranus, and Neptune gas planets or gas giants, and not be in the same category as Mercury, Venus, Earth, Mars? Just a thought. I don't know. I don't think they would have done this, but they should say the joke that Wesley Crusher said he made said he made in season 2 of Picard, where what causes Starfleet Academy to end. I don't remember what Wesley Crusher said in Picard season 2, because every time he was on screen, I was fighting back the urge to vomit in my mouth. I guess I'm describing belief, not faith. Yes, and it's a subtle difference, but it is there. Stan says, nice frames. These are actually just reading glasses. It's a lot easier for me to see the screens with these on than my prescription glasses. The prescription glasses, I think look better, but it's just a little more difficult to see things as far as in that are close up. Could faith be taken as another word for trust? Biblical faith, absolutely. The problem is that we have other uses of the term faith that do kind of center around belief, but biblical faith is really trust in God. It's not belief in God. By the way, good to see Tristan. And again, if you're interested in the Bible study and you want to propose a particular time or day of the week, right here, please. We're looking to get a couple of people, please. If you liked when we were doing the live streams during the week where we were covering books, particularly the Old Testament, and you want to do more of that, that's where you want to write. I wouldn't say faith is rational so much as there is less of a need to be rational with faith, even though I would say there should be some rationalization behind it. That's an interesting way to put it, but I would disagree in that there is no need to be rational for either theism or atheism. And remember, it's not the question of whether faith is rational; it's whether theism is rational. Is the big question. But I would say that there is no inherent requirement for rationality with or without faith or with or without theism. There are rational, it's just like, look, in the modern political debate in the United States, we're constantly fighting over who is more rational, Republicans or Democrats, right? And of course, whichever one you are, you're going to say your team is more rational and the other team is irrational. But the truth is, there are rational and irrational people on both sides of the political aisle. It's not a requirement that you be rational in order to be Republican. All right, so, well, there's evidence of the chair's existence, its strength, and you have to trust the manufacturer's test. But you see, right there, Stan, so you have evidence of the chair's existence by just looking at it, seeing it, feeling it, touching it. Its strength, you can you can push down on it, kind of test to see if it feels solid and all that. But ultimately, you have to have faith in the manufacturer. Or to have faith in their claims, exactly. Exactly. Some atheists say they have faith in the spaghetti monster just a troll. Yeah, but that's a fundamental misunderstanding of faith. Because that's not faith. That's, at best, you could qualify that as blind faith. That blind faith I would say, would be something like belief without evidence. But theism should not be blind faith. If it is, and don't get me wrong, sometimes it is, because sometimes we grow up in a house where mom and dad were religious and they just tell us, hey, God's real, and we never question it. That's blind faith. But likewise, we might grow up in a house where we grow up and our parents say, you know what, Republicans are awesome and Democrats hate the United States. And we just take that as fact. Right? Did you actually investigate this claim, or do you just believe it because that's what you were told? Or sometimes because we believe in the Republican Party and some Republican says that Democrats are evil, then we just believe that Democrats are evil. So that's blind faith, is just faith without, so if I'm going to trust you, but I'm not going to do any kind of critical thinking or even the most basic level of investigation as to your claims. That's blind faith, and I don't believe in that. Robert says shalom today. Shalom. Shalom, Robert. No nerd fights, idiot. No, and I mentioned it last week. Nerd Fights is going on a temporary hiatus right now while we're kind of trying to get our individual channels in order, and then we're going to come back. We don't know exactly when we're coming back yet, but we will definitely be back before Strange New Worlds. Let's see. Interest. Not sure what you mean there. Truck Viewer says, so you're saying you have faith of the heart in your chair? Indeed, I do. Faith of the heart. Yeah. You've got to have faith of the heart. It's been a long road. It has. Indeed, it has. Arabic says, didn't know saying it was, oh, yeah, read Cosmos. I mean, I don't know if you've seen the series or not. The series was a little less in your face about it than the book. And that's because when you're on TV, you got to be careful not to piss off, your religious audience that might just flip channels and see it. But when you put it in a book, only people who are really interested in cosmology are going to read the book Cosmos. Although, to be fair, most people that bought the book Cosmos, which, by the way, I have a copy somewhere, I don't know where it is, but Cosmos, big old book, huge hardcover book, one of those coffee table type books. And so most people that bought Cosmos just bought to put it on their coffee table so that other people would think they're smart. But if you read Cosmos, as I did when I was a kid, and I'm actually reread it recently, all through that book, Sagan is criticizing religion, and I think inappropriately because the study of the universe is not a criticism of religion, just like the study of religion is not a criticism of science. And yet, in the modern day, and only in the modern day, that's what we've turned it into. That's the irony of it. I don't know if there's any atheists here right now, but do the homework, people, because the whole thing about science and religion being in conflict is a myth. It is just a fabricated piece of bat crap. Genesis is planet forbidden. Yeah, not that Genesis. Let's see. Arabic says that Genesis is a self-centered. Wow. Oh, wow, because took me a second. Forgot about her. They can't see the difference between monotheism and and polytheism. No, a lot of and in fact, this is a common thing because I think that one of the worst things you can do in any kind of academic or intellectual pursuit is to do what many atheists do in this respect. I think most atheists, at least an atheist who is as intelligent as they appear to be, they know the difference between a pagan polytheistic belief system and Abrahamic monotheism. They know the difference, or at least they can know with a fairly simple amount of research. It's not that hard a thing to discover. But they either are intentionally misleading or just willfully ignorant in order to maintain their debate position. And that because if they say, "Well, I just don't see a difference," no matter what you say, they're just going to say, "Yeah, you're no different than people that worship trees." So that it's a very good way to think that you have won a debate when actually all you're doing is being a major jerk. Just like how many churches have adopted pagan holidays into the church, such as Easter and Christmas. Well, I don't know if I would say that's really related to it. No, it's a fact that the church has adopted some pagan beliefs into, I wouldn't say pagan beliefs, but pagan practices into the church so that they could get people from those pagan worlds to participate. And that, I mean, like, I don't have a problem with the existence of, by the way, Easter is kind of a tricky one. There are some of the traditions of Easter, of the modern secular Easter, like hiding Easter eggs and the Easter bunny and all that stuff. Yeah, that comes from pagan roots, absolutely. But Resurrection Weekend, which is what Easter is, the modern day holiday that we call Easter is a celebration of the resurrection of Christ. That's a real thing. So I don't think that resurrection, and by the way, I know people will debate as to the actual date because which calendar do you use? It's if you want to get very pedantic about it, it would be whatever the anniversary of Passover from the year 32 or whatever year Christ was actually executed. So if you knew, like for example, if you knew the modern calendar, what Passover was, then you could figure that out. The interesting thing about that is that since we use totally different calendar systems, it's almost irrelevant what the exact date is. I think it would be interesting for someone, and I don't know if I wonder if let me see. Uh, what was the date of the all right, so the most widely cited Gregorian calendar date for Passover of the Passover weekend that Christ was actually executed was April 2nd, 33. Now, I don't know how accurate that is. That's just what the Google search tells me. But let's say we'll just say that that's accurate for a second. So let's say that it was April 2nd, 33, that by the Gregorian calendar. That's the name of the calendar that the calendar that we used to use up until very recently. Now we just use a perversion of the Gregorian calendar, but that's a whole other thing. But the Gregorian calendar is what we usually refer to as the modern day calendar. If we were to basically retrograde it back to the year 33, then Christ's, I don't know if April 2nd, yeah, it says Thursday, April 2nd. So that would have been the date of the Last Supper, which means his execution would have probably taken place, depending on, I know that there are differences of opinion about this, bear with me, but that the execution of Christ probably would have taken place on April 3rd, and the resurrection of Christ on April 5th in the year 33, if that's accurate. So that is, while I think that's interesting, I think that we forget that. So the Jews use a different calendar. It's a lunar calendar and not a solar calendar, which means that their years are a little bit off, which is why certain holidays, like Easter, float around. It's also why, now notice that, for example, based on the Jewish calendar, Passover would always the Passover meal, or the Passover meal that Christ participated in, was on a Thursday. The actual Passover date is that Saturday, right? And so on that Saturday would be, and so in the Jewish calendar, it would always have to be a Saturday, always. But that was the Jewish calendar. We don't go by the Jewish calendar anymore, at least not unless you happen to live in Israel. Most of us go by the Gregorian calendar. So if April 3rd, or if April 2nd, 33 was the date of the Last Supper. Therefore, April 3rd was the execution of Christ. April 4th was that Passover, and April 5th was resurrection that week. We should just celebrate Easter every year on April 5th. There's no reason that we bounce it around to try and approximate. Because the funny thing is, either way, we're being inaccurate. We're either being inaccurate in that it's not that particular day of the year that it happened, or we're being inaccurate in it's not that date in the Jewish calendar that it happened. Now, I don't think that that's particularly important because nowhere in the Bible are we called to do any particular ceremony or anything on the anniversary of Christ's final meal, or torture and execution or resurrection. There's nothing that says we have to do that. So I would just say celebrate it as you will. But there are some people that will fight over it. But as far as using Easter traditions, Easter being a form of, estros, where we get the term estrogen, and it's all about fertility, that does come from some pagan stuff that honestly doesn't need to be there. All right, and it has been and always will be Passover until Christ returns. Well, yeah, it's still Passover, but the thing is, I mean, look, if you first of all, Passover is not a Christian holiday; it's a Jewish holiday. If you want to celebrate Passover, knock yourself out. And I know, Robert, that you happen to do this kind of thing. I don't think it's a requirement. I think that if you look at the Book of Acts, it's extremely obvious that it's not a requirement. However, if you want to do that, if you feel closer to God by celebrating Passover every year, knock yourself out. If you just want to celebrate the resurrection of Christ, then you do that. Neither one is a requirement for Christianity. And whatever you think brings you closer to God, I would say do. Yeah, people that get legalistic about it one way or the other, I think you're being silly. Indiana Jones versus James Bond. James Bond, easy. Indiana Jones is an archaeologist, not a killer. Indiana Jones versus John Rambo, exactly the same. Robert says, if Salty Trigger, if he had been training Apollo Creed versus, if he had been training Apollo Creed, if he had been training Apollo Creed versus Clubber Lang. So could Apollo have beaten Clubber Lang in Rocky 3 is really the question. That is a really interesting, because, in Rocky 4, Apollo is literally killed in the ring by Dolph Lundgren. And I can't remember the Russian's name, but and Rocky managed to beat him. But that's good. Rocky is always, from the beginning of the franchise, Rocky is better at taking a punch than Apollo. But Apollo is a better boxer than Rocky, which is why Apollo won the first fight. So I think that if Apollo had truly been training and he was at his peak, like if Apollo really was peaking out at the time that he fought Clubber, I think Apollo could beat Clubber, just like Rocky did when he took it seriously. So the universe is expanding into what? Space-time? Well, that's actually a very interesting question that has no answer at this point. We don't know. Is there something that the universe is expanding into? Or is the expansion itself something else that just has the appearance of expansion? We don't really know. But space-time is what the universe is, not what the universe is expanding into. Indiana Jones versus John Wick. John Wick will kill Indiana Jones in about 3.25 seconds. The one thing I found most interesting is that energy can't be created or destroyed. Yes, conservation of energy, conservation of momentum, conservation of matter. all of which basically say the same thing. Matter, energy, and momentum cannot be created or destroyed. It can only change. And the interesting thing is that, like, in order for, when we talk about momentum, that's where you get into the old, for every action, there's an equal and opposite reaction. You cannot change the momentum of one thing without changing the momentum of something else as well. It's very, very interesting. And you change them by the same amount. You might say, but no, I didn't, because when I drop a ball onto the floor, the earth isn't moving at the same amount that the ball does, right? Wrong. The earth does, in fact, change in the exact same amount as the ball. It's just that the relative mass of the earth is billions of times larger than that ball. And so the change in the earth's momentum is unmeasurable by our standards. It's just the amount is just too tiny for us to see. Rocky 3 fans who didn't want to see that fight, Apollo Creed versus Clubby. Yeah, I got that. Indiana Jones versus the man, no name Clint Eastwood character from Dollars movie. So, okay, so first of all, the trilogy is called the Man with No Name trilogy. But Clint Eastwood obviously would kill Indiana Jones. Again, you forget, Indiana Jones, while he did kill some people, he was not a killer. That wasn't his stock and trade. Which gives you musings about the universe. The sun will eventually explode and cease to exist, but all the energy it contained doesn't just disappear. Right. And the sun, I don't believe our sun has sufficient mass to explode. It will eventually become, my understanding is, and I could be wrong about this, but the sun will eventually become a red giant and basically absorb the innermost planets of the solar system. And then it will collapse, probably into a white or brown dwarf. But but I don't think it has sufficient mass to supernova. Do you think you can choose? You think you could choose what to think about? That's actually, that's something that people have argued, and it's a philosophical question, not really a scientific one. But is an arbitrary thought truly arbitrary? Is the question, and that comes down to the very nature of life. Is there free will, or are we all just reacting in the only way we possibly could? These are deep philosophical questions, and I think that those questions have answers, but I don't think that you can scientifically prove your thesis on whether or not free will exists. Because I could say, hey, I believe free will exists because I can choose to drink this coffee or to skip drinking this coffee. And that's a completely arbitrary choice that I make. I'm going to drink some coffee. To which you can argue back that the reason I drink the coffee is because of the stimulus I have of thirst for coffee. So, it has nothing to do with my free will decision to drink the coffee. It has to do with my urge to drink coffee because of my survival instinct and the fact that I happen to be thirsty. And so, but then you say, well, what if the person's not thirsty? Well, then you could go back to, well, then it's a reaction because of the inertial craving for dopamine. And the only way you can get dopamine for real is either through consuming food or sex. And so that's one of the reasons that a lot of humans eat too much, because now that food is readily available and eating food gives us dopamine, give me all that food. I'm curious about the Heisenberg compensators, how they're applied to transporters. Sure, it's called a big steaming pile of bull crap, right? Don't get me wrong, I like the Heisenberg compensators, but the Heisenberg compensators was just a throwaway line thrown in there to show, like somebody objected to the transporters saying that in quantum mechanics, the Heisenberg uncertainty principle shows that you cannot know the exact location and exact velocity, or the exact location and the exact momentum of a particle at any given time. The better you know one, the less you know the other. And so the transporter would be therefore inherently impossible, because in order to use the transporter in the way described, you would have to know the exact position and velocity of every particle in a human being. And so the Heisenberg compensators are the BS tech explanation as to why that's not a problem. However, as far as any details as to how they work, never given. And this is where I saw this earlier, but Toner23. By the way, Toner23, I don't know if I've seen you before. I hope you're still around. Welcome. If you're new to the channel, I hope you'll ask questions and stuff. That's what we're all about. But you say several animals do have conscious thoughts. I don't know that we have any demonstrative empirical evidence of this, which is, it's just an assertion. Hank and Cotton Hill would get destroyed if they fought a pyro cowboy, extremely dangerous, athletic, 6'5", knows rough and tumble wrestle bears, bulls, and horses. Yeah, that's an interesting statement. Kind of random. You aware of a specific? Yeah, that's. I was thinking that too. We lost a couple more celebrities this past week. The other half of the music group that did a song, Summer Breeze, and the actress played Lex Luthor's female friend in the first two Superman. Oh, well, that's too bad. All those people were old, so I'm not going to cry or anything. Well, that's solipsism then. You can't know if anyone is consciousness. Well, that's, you could throw a label on it, but that doesn't affect its truth value. Right? So if you want to say, wow, you're just a solipsist. No, I'm making my claim, and if it happens to align with solipsism, so be it. But and by the way, I'm not accusing you of this, Toner, but this is a big problem that we run into in some of these debates. Don't argue, to say, well, you just believe in solipsism, and therefore I reject that claim. I'm not saying you're saying this, but this is what some people do. It's like, well, instead of that, why don't you talk about the claim? Instead of trying to, that's classic straw man right there. Robert says, movies, TV, action. The mask's only there when you look at them. Can't tell. Like, the masks are not there right now. But every time I look at them, then, oh, wait, but the, yeah, I don't know what to do. Stan says, I swear. It's funny, there's a movie called I Swear that I saw a couple weeks ago. It's a true story about a guy with Tourette's syndrome, and the name of the movie is I Swear. And so if you like biopics, it's a good one. I highly recommend it. Let's see. Yeah, it's just presuppositions versus presuppositions. Well, that's if all you're going to do is assert your claim. You're 100% right. So we all have presuppositions. I talked about the ones that science has, in that we actually say that the universe is logically consistent. We don't know that that's true. For all we know, the universe has only existed for 5 minutes, and we all have these memories from some kind of false, thing. Or maybe the universe doesn't exist at all, and I'm just a computer program. None of that is possible to prove or disprove. So we presuppose certain basic facts, like the universe is logically consistent, that the universe exists as it appears. I am not the only conscious being, right? Stuff like that. But the problem becomes when one person says, well, I believe this, and then the other person says, well, I believe this, and then it just becomes a shouting match of what they believe as opposed to why they believe it. I'm more interested in the why we believe it than what we believe. Because, yes, I know atheists don't believe that God exists. That's what atheism is. Now let's talk about why you don't believe God exists. And let's not get hung up on the, well, actually, I just lack a belief in God. Look, that's not an argument. That's just a deflection. And so I would say just, make your case as to why your position is likely more true than the other person's. Rather than trying to fight over whether or not you should defend your position. If your fight is entirely based on I don't have to defend my position, then you've already lost. It's an independent toy company that's releasing updated toys from the Mask 80s cartoon. Well, that's good, but I never watched it, so I don't care. I'm too old for that. I like to have faith that other people have. I like to have faith that other people have consciousness. I don't want to think that I'm just talking to myself all the time. I'm with you on that. I will agree with you there. I've never been masked guy. Yeah, I never watched it. I've not watched a single episode of that show. I know of it, but I'm a little too old for it. I mean, I know 100% that my dog is conscious. It knows its name and responds with emotions. Okay. Does the existence of an emotional response or specific reaction to trained stimuli indicate consciousness? Because that's all you're saying. Obviously, those of you that watch me regularly know that I have a dog, little Chihuahua. Her name is T'Pring, yes, named after Spock's fiance. And when I call her name, she recognizes it, right? And when I come into the room, and I haven't been in the room a while, she gets noticeably excited, right? And so, yes, dogs react with emotion, and dogs can learn basic things like their name. But does teaching an animal to react to a particular stimuli mean they're conscious? Because keep in mind, you can also you could take two identical dogs, take them from the same litter even, and train one of them to be a friendly, sensitive dog that works with disabled children, and the other one, a vicious attack dog that attacks any humans they see on sight, right? And so, is it that easy to manipulate people? Can you take a brother and a sister, isolate them a little bit, and get one of them to be, assuming their genetic predispositions are pretty much the same, and you get one of them to be a kindly, humanitarian who does nothing but dedicates their life to peace and love and tranquility, and the other into a raving lunatic serial killer who wants to destroy the world, right? Is that possible? I don't know, but I kind of doubt it. I don't think humans are quite that simplistic. Some give the appearance of being, but I don't think we are. But I don't think that a dog recognizing its name means consciousness, because you can train most animals to react to a few basic voice commands. And that's all it is you're teaching your dog to react to the sound that is its name. It doesn't mean that it quote unquote knows its name. T'Pring may or may not be aware that she is a living entity and that her name is T'Pring. She may just have been trained to react in a certain way when she hears the word T'Pring. I like Voltron, the one with the lions, not the space one. I've not seen either. Didn't get into a lot of 80s cartoonage. There's another company that's released first to Star Trek movies, Accurate Enterprise, $750 lights and so forth. That's a bit expensive. And Laughing at Street Preacher. It's a big one, also almost 3 feet long. Well, I know, Mr. Know-It-All, he got the Lego Enterprise D. I'm very jealous of him. He got it for his birthday. Consciousness is a quality or state of mind being aware specifically of something within oneself. Does that describe a dog's state of mind? See, I don't think that it does. It can learn associations, but not sure if that's consciousness. Yeah, I am not convinced dogs are conscious beings. I'm not saying they aren't. I'm just saying I'm not convinced that they are. See, I'm like an atheist is about God. Where are you getting your definition? Consciousness is just a state of being awake and aware of one's surroundings. I don't think that's an accurate definition of the word, but let's look it up. I always use Merriam-Webster for my definitions because that way I'm consistent. So let's go to Merriam-Webster and let's type in consciousness. And again, I don't know if you're still around. I hope you are. Let's see. Is this? I can't spell with a darn. All right. So it says, A, this is according to Merriam-Webster. The quality or state of being aware, especially of something within one's self. B, the state or fact of being conscious of external objects, state, or fact. So it would seem, the state of being characterized by sensation, emotion, volition, and thought. Again, thought is a completely subjective experience. So we don't know that animals have thought, but we may think that they do. The totality of the conscious mind of an individual, the normal state of conscious life, the upper level of mental life in which a person is aware as contrasted with an unconscious process. So, and that's where I think where you're confusing, because Toner, when you're saying consciousness, you're thinking of conscience, or not conscience, conscious. So as opposed to unconscious. So conscious as opposed to unconscious is the state of being awake as opposed to asleep. However, it is also specific to conscious beings. And conscious beings are beings that are self-aware of both things within oneself and things external to oneself. That's what we can kind of take from the whole, and that goes back to the whole trickiness of English. This you're making a classic error of taking one definition and applying it in the wrong context. In the context of are dogs conscious beings, it's not are they awake as opposed to asleep, because obviously right now roughly 50% of the dog, or probably more than that, I'd say probably 75% of all the dogs on earth right now are unconscious, while the other 25% are conscious. However, that's just awake sleep status. That's not whether or not something is a conscious being. Hope that makes sense. Yeah, Evil Knievel was not a rational human being after all. Any rational human being would have done the things that he did stunt-wise. Well, I don't know. It depends. He might have done... If you do a risk-reward breakdown of what Evil Knievel did, because, yes, what he did was risky behavior, resulted in multiple injuries to himself, etc. But he also made a lot of money, which provided for other people. And so he may have deemed that that risk was worth the reward. And you certainly couldn't say that he didn't have a rational mind as far as calculating a lot of this stuff, because he did a lot of crazy stunts, but most of these stunts are based on math. How far is, you're jumping over 11 school buses. Each school bus is 10 feet wide, and therefore you have to clear 111 feet to get from ramp to ramp. But then we also got to add, say, another 2 feet for space from the ramps. So now we have 113 feet that you have to go. So if the angle of the launch of the ramp is 45 degrees, how fast does the motorcycle have to be going so that it lands on another ramp in the opposite direction that's also at 45 degrees without dying, right? And as crazy as that sounds, that's a very simple physics equation. And so it wouldn't take much for a second year physics college student to calculate that out and be able to tell you, okay, the motorcycle had to be going exactly whatever it may be. Say we'll say 78.2 miles per hour. And so then the trick becomes, and where Evil Knievel's skill would be, is can he maintain that exact speed on takeoff? And if he does, then he will land properly. As far as I know, I don't think he ever undershot. So he would always hit the target speed, but sometimes he would overshoot to where he would land a little too far down the ramp, or he would go over the entire ramp and land on the ground beyond the ramp, which would cause him to wipe out and sometimes cause serious injury. I think he undershot when he went for the Grand Canyon thing, but that's a whole different thing. So it's really just a matter of calculating physics and then assessing whether or not it's worth the inherent risk based on the benefit of it, which there are real benefits. The primary benefit is a huge stack of cash. Bull riders also not rational human beings. Well, I would be more inclined to agree with you on that one. And then, there's Street Preacher also using Merriam-Webster, to which Toner says, thanks. Who in their right mind would get on a 1,500, 2,000 pound animal and try to ride it? Lots of people. I mean, I don't know how much have you ever seen a Clydesdale horse? I mean, people ride horses all the time. Horses, if they wanted to, could easily kill you. People keep dogs as pets, and those dogs sometimes are, very powerful animals that could kill you. People, do all sorts of things, and you could argue, because irrational doesn't necessarily mean not doing something stupid. I actually looked that up before I started the stream today. And irrational literally means lacking usual or normal mental clarity or coherence, not endowed with reasoning or understanding, or not governed by or according to reason. And so it doesn't mean you're not doing something stupid. I guess there's no way to define what consciousness actually is. No, I think it's clear. Consciousness is an aware state of being in which you are aware of both yourself and things other than yourself. The problem is that it's entirely subjective. The experience of consciousness is entirely subjective. So you cannot prove it exists outside of oneself. And that's where you get into solipsism a little bit. But you can't. There's no way to prove anything is conscious. Look at Measure of a Man from Star Trek The Next Generation is a perfect example. Can you prove data is a living thing? Picard does his best, but the problem is that, well, based on just the idea of something is can say it's aware or whatever, every computer. But I don't think computers are conscious. Guess there are other accepted definitions, Street Preacher. I'm sure there are tweaks in the definition, but the word generally seems to mean an aware state of being in which you are aware of both yourself and things outside of yourself. So you have to be aware of inner and outer things, if you will. You can't prove that you exist either. Wrong answer, actually, Toner. And again, haven't seen you post recently, which I'm really disappointed by because I like having you around. But you absolutely can prove you exist. But what you can't do is prove that I exist. Just like I can prove I exist, but I can't prove that you exist. Everybody has 100% proof positive of self existence. Your consciousness is, in fact, proof of your own existence. The problem is now what it's not proof of is in what form do you exist? For example, I might be a brain in a jar that's being pumped information. I might be a sentient computer program if such a thing is possible. I don't think it is, but if such a thing were possible, I could be a sentient computer program. I could be a person in a coma suffering from an incredibly vivid delusion, right? All of these things are extremely possible. Or the world could just exist pretty much as I see it, which is what I assume to be true. And so, but I do know for an absolute fact that in some way I exist. Because if I didn't exist, my own thoughts would not exist. Or as Descartes so eloquently put it, I think, therefore I am. Let's see. Just did a quick Google search to make sure I wasn't too mistaken about what I was saying. Yeah, that's a smart thing to do. Toner says, that was my fault. No worries. Solid definition. Oh, okay. Talking about the definition of consciousness. So I didn't know you guys actually talked about that. I'm glad you did. By the way, Toner, again, if you're out there, buddy, please comment. Let me know you're still there. I don't like being a skeptic, but I think it's the only logical, consistent view. But here's the problem. I agree with you. However, being an atheist and being a skeptic are two different things. And also, most atheists are not skeptics. They just put their faith in a different set of things. And being skeptic simply means that you're analyzing, that you're seeking more evidence to everything. It doesn't mean, however, as many skeptics try to say, it doesn't mean that you live your life based on the idea that you only believe what you have proof of, because that's not even possible. It doesn't even mean that you only believe in things that you have strong evidence of, because that's not possible. It just means that when most people call themselves a skeptic, it simply means they reject the God hypothesis, nothing else. And that's fine if you reject the God hypothesis. But if the reason behind that, if you say, and I'm being 100% serious here. Again, Toner, I don't see you, buddy, but I hope you can hear this, or maybe you come back and hear this. If, in fact, you say that the reason that you are an atheist is because you take a skeptical approach to life, that you don't just take things at face value, that you want to analyze and look at the evidence for anything and everything, which I admire, but I just want to make this clear. If you do not do this in all aspects of life, why? Now, don't spare me these, extraordinary claims need extraordinary evidence thing, because then you're not a skeptic. You're just a person who says that, you're not going to believe something extraordinary. Fine. Does that mean that when extraordinary things happen outside of religion, that you inherently don't believe them either? When the 1 in a million things happen all the time, do you not believe in any of them? By the way, do you not believe that the Big Bang happened? Is it only things that are unlikely that you doubt, or do you doubt everything? Are you an analytical thinker? When your doctor gives you a prescription, do you learn what the chemical composition of that prescription is? Do some tests to make sure it's compatible with biological life. do a clinical trial on yourself to make sure that it's not harmful to you before you're willing to take a prescription for it. Obviously not, but then if you're not going to even try to test your doctor's word, why is it that the pastor's word is suddenly to be doubted when the doctor's word isn't? Now, the usual answer is the doctor's training is in science. True. And the pastor's training is in theology. That doesn't make the pastor not an expert. It just means that the doctor is a different field. And just because the doctor's training is in science doesn't mean the doctor is right. Misdiagnoses happen all the time. Just like the movie 8 Seconds by real life bull rider. Yeah, he rode the unrideable bull, but it cost him his life. Played by Luke Perry. Haven't seen it because bull riding was never interesting to me. Didn't Voyager pass by Saturn? You could use that data. Well, no, Voyager passed by a ringed planet, but it was not Saturn. And if that ringed planet was Saturn, Saturn would be tiny. Saturn wouldn't even qualify as a planet. Wouldn't even qualify as a dwarf planet. It does look like a wiki might have included an additional definition that was closer to what you said. Well, a lot of people would go by what Toner said. That's the problem, is that we just use kind of what we think a word means as opposed to what the word actually means. We do that all the time. Sex, nothing can be trusted anymore. Well, I would say on the things that you can verify, you absolutely should. So if we're going to argue about what something is, let's look at the actual words and say that's what the word means, not, some random thing that I'm thinking of. Like agnostic is a word people frequently get wrong. Some people think agnostic means that, well, I'm not really a atheist and I'm not really a theist. I'm just agnostic, right? Some people think that agnostic means that you're making no knowledge claim, only a belief claim. So an agnostic atheist is a person who says, I have not been convinced of the existence of God, but I'm not saying I know that God doesn't exist, right? Where an agnostic theist would say, well, I believe God exists, but I'm not saying I know God exists, right? That's a false use of the word as well. Some people think agnostic means, oh, I believe there's a higher power out there, I just don't know what it is, right? And so I'm agnostic. No, that's not agnostic. That's just a non-religious theist, right? Agnostic is a scientific principle. It's the idea that we should not, in science, we should not assume that God exists, and we should not assume that God does not exist. And instead, we simply conduct the experiment, write down our observations, and follow the evidence wherever it leads. And so we should not be making that assumption one way or the other. No human being is agnostic in that sense. Why? Because we are all living our life either with the assumption that God exists or the assumption that he does not. And it's very simple. If, for those of us that are believers in a particular understanding and interpretation of God, particularly Christians, then we will adjust our lifestyle to live specific ways because of our belief in the divine. Other people are like, screw it, I'm going to do what I want with my life. Those people live under the assumption that there is no God. Whether you say you're an atheist or not, if you're not going to give any credence, like if you say, oh yeah, I believe God exists, in fact, I believe in Jesus. I believe that God is the God of the Bible. And by the way, now I'm going to my local whorehouse because, I'm in the mood tonight. No, that's not how it works. And so you may be, and this is where, like in the Bible, the way Jesus describes it is, many people will come to me and say, Lord, Lord, and I'm going to say, I didn't know you. I don't know who you are. And that means those are people that are atheists, but they're Christians or they're atheists and they're Jews. Because they are without theism, but they might attend a church or a synagogue or a temple or whatever just because it's the social thing to do. Whew, I'm never going to catch up at this rate. Recorded video audio evidence was good for a while. Now you have to assume everything is fake AI until you investigate. Well, I would say this. It sucks that nowadays you can't even necessarily know for certain that if you have a video recording or an audio recording of something that it's true. Like, look, if you go through YouTube Shorts, I don't know if you guys see it, there's lots of videos now of Bruce Lee on various talk shows where he throws a punch at Chuck Norris or whatever. So that, these are all very well done fake AI videos. And I think that that's a problem. I don't think AI is this uber intelligent thing that's going to take over the world and become our robot overlords. That I think is a bunch of hogwash. But I do think the danger of AI is people using it for deception, like we see currently, mostly done harmless ways for fun, like having Bruce Lee throw a punch at Chuck Norris, but also sometimes used in politically misleading ways. So we have AI videos of various, Trump. We have AI videos of Biden. We have AI videos of all these different politicians saying things that they never said. And the better videos, the more convincing videos, as far as their propaganda level is concerned, are videos where they say something similar enough to what you would expect them to say. And so it might throw you off a little bit, right? Those are dangerous. And they're not dangerous because of the evil robot overlords. They're dangerous because of the evil in the hearts of the men that created this AI video. I hope we survive it. Let's see. Stan then says, I think I learned from you that the Galileo church battle wasn't as severe as many people believe. Yes, call it a battle is a gross exaggeration. Galileo lived a life of luxury until he died. He was never in prison. He was never tortured. And his disagreement with the church was not about geocentrism versus heliocentrism. It was because he insulted the Pope. The intelligence of the Reliant bridge crew is in question. No star charts for the SETI Alpha system, and no one knew that there's a planet missing. Yeah, apparently the Reliant is crewed by a bunch of complete idiots. Isn't Easter this next weekend? Yes, it is. At least, I know that there are some churches move it around a bit, like the Orthodox Church and stuff. I don't know what it is for them, but I know that the general Gregorian date for Easter is this coming weekend. I think the Canadian government post office is closed April 6th for their Easter holiday. Last year, they observed Easter on April 21st. Yeah, it floats around because of the Jewish calendar. And so what the actual date was, depends on what year it actually happened. Like you could do look at, if it was in the year 33, then there you go. You could, we saw it was April 5th was Resurrection Sunday. But that's why I would say, honestly, if you want to celebrate Easter, and actually it's Resurrection Day, if you want to be more accurate about it, if you want to celebrate that every year, technically we should figure out what day of the week or what the date was that it actually happened, and celebrate on that date because that's the annual anniversary. And if you want, you could just celebrate on the Sunday closest to that date, if you want to stick with the day of the week. But considering that we don't even use the same days, the names of the days of the week are not exactly the same as they were in the first century Judea, people make a big, it's like Seventh-day Adventists and stuff make a big deal that you need to go to church on Saturday because Saturday was the Sabbath. You know that it wasn't called Saturday 5,000 years ago, right? Easter Monday, yes indeed. Trek Reviewer says Rambo versus Strange New Worlds Klingons. Oh, I would give it to the Klingons because, for one thing, Rambo cannot sing and dance, where the Klingons can do K-pop. And then there's 2027, they'll observe Easter Monday on March 29th, so it's always changing. Yes, every year it's different because it's based on the lunar calendar of Jewish tradition. The only thing we really know is it's in the springtime, you know. And so, you know, like last year, Easter was on my birthday. You know, this year it's a couple weeks before my birthday. You know, like you were saying, on you know, 2028, it'll just be a couple of days before my birthday. So it varies. And we need to not be so concerned about fighting over the date as much as think about what the deeper meaning of it was. Will the Artemis finally launch this time? Don't know, and at this point, I'm caring less and less. Better show Star Trek. Let's see. Better show Star Trek Starfleet Academy or My Mother the Car. Oh wow, that's a tough one. I would have to say My Mother the Car is a better show. For those of you that don't know, My Mother the Car is a real show about a person whose biological mother apparently was a sentient automobile. I'm not making that up. And good deep cut remembering that show. What kind of car was she? Ooh, I don't. Let's see. I don't know if Trek Reviewer answered it, but I'm gonna look it up real quick. Let's see. What kind of car was My Mother the Car? It was a 1924 Model T Touring Edition. It was powered by a 283 cubic inch Chevrolet V8. So there you go. So yeah, My Mother the Car was a Model T, which I did not know until just now. All right, let's see. I wonder if Q knew Sargon's people from TOS. Actually, you know, it's kind of interesting. You could throw together a pretty involved fan theory about this guy. Like, Sargon's people may have been the Q's earliest stages, if you will. Let's see, and I don't remember, I'm not sure what you mean. Sargon's people, I mean. Well, Sargon's people were just, yeah, we know that they considered themselves gods with their intellectual abilities. And so, which included things like pyromancy and telekinesis and telepathy and stuff like that. So, based on all that, you know, could they have been the original Q? I think they could have been. Like, I can make someone think about something. Like, if I don't feed someone, I can make them think about food. Well, you make, for example, right now, Street Preacher, I don't want you, do not, under any circumstances, I don't want you to picture Joe Biden and Donald Trump taking a bath together in a bubble bath playing with rubber duckies. Don't picture that. Do not have in your mind the two of them sitting next to each other in the bubble bath playing with their rubber duckies, and certainly don't picture them hugging each other while they're doing it. Don't picture that at all. See, mind control is easy. T-1000 versus Martia from Star Trek 6. Oh, T-1000, easy. You know, Martia, from all we could see, while she could become a big lumbering person, it doesn't mean that she could survive a stab wound like the T-1000 could deliver. Homer Simpson versus a Packlid. I would give that one to the Packlid, actually, because Packlids, while they are intellectually stunted, they do understand future tech, and Homer does not. Do Jews measure day span differently? Jesus rose on the third day, but it's 2 days later. I don't remember that. Not that it matters. Okay, so I hope you're still around, Daniel, again. Keep in mind that when you look at, when you're talking about like the most generally accepted timeline is that the Last Supper was on Thursday, which is when Jesus was arrested. And then on Friday, he was tortured and executed. And then on Saturday, it was the Sabbath. That we knew because that's documented in every gospel that it's that has the every account of the crucifixion that's canon. But and then Sunday he's risen from the dead at first light. So in some verses of scripture, it says that on the third day, Jesus would rise. And in other translations, it will say after 3 days, he will rise. So if the timeline is correct, that he was killed on Saturday, raised on Sunday, then that would mean that the assertion that he was in the grave for 3 days would be inaccurate. It's more likely that it's the correct way to phrase it is on the third day, because the first of the when you say on the third day, the first day would be Friday, the day he was killed. The second day would be Saturday, the day he rested. The third day would be Sunday, the day he rose. And so that's where we get the third day, even though it's 2 days later. And so that's counting the day he was killed and counting the day he was risen. That's the third day. Hope that makes sense if you're still around, Daniel. I need to get like a producer to put up stuff to nudge me if somebody new comes up and asks a question like that, because those are good questions. And unfortunately, I didn't see it. Let's see. Beavis and Butthead versus two Packlids. Again, with the Packlids' advanced technology, I think that they take that pretty easily. Intellectually, a better question would be like if they had a debate over the philosophical approach to free will. So that would be more interesting. Like getting sad watching older TV shows. I was rewatching some episodes of Larry Sanders Show. They realized everyone in the scene was dead. Yeah. Original series Star Trek is getting a little harder to watch sometimes because of that very reason. Because you think about it, like it's kind of funny when you look at the bridge, only the 3 people in the center are still alive. Kirk, Sulu, Chekhov. Everyone else is dead. And oh my gosh, that just hits me sometimes. And it's amazing, though, that William Shatner is still alive and kicking at, 95 now or something? Stan says, yeah, the I Swear movie was involved in that huge scandal at the BAFTA Awards a couple months ago. Yeah, I remember, because wasn't he there and he, like, called, Michael B. Jordan the N-word or something, which, happens when you have Tourette's. Yeah, I know what you mean, especially when I watch all these old Western shows and movies. And then Young Michael versus Mo from the Three Stooges. So Young Me versus Mo? Well, I was a pretty wiry guy, but I think I could have taken Mo. Like when I first met my wife, yeah, I could probably take Mo. The lead actor was up for an award, so the real guy at the movie, and during the ceremony, he screamed at the N-word when Michael B. Jordan was on stage, except, yeah. And he's done that before. It's not, it's in the movie, he talks about, there's a scene where his lawyer, who's a black guy, tells the judge that he tends to say things that are offensive, and then he immediately goes, my lawyer is and the N-word. And so, yeah, it's just, unfortunately, with Tourette's, it's a bizarre neurological condition. Definitely don't invite a friend with Tourette's over if you have people that are easily offended. John Rambo versus John Matrix. I don't know who John Matrix is, Josiah. Sorry. And there's a lot of people who were upset about it, suggesting that he could have held back the outburst, or that demonstrated his real feelings, or shouldn't have been invited himself. Yeah, that's the problem with Tourette's, is that basically it's not that the person with Tourette's is saying what they really feel about something. They do sometimes. They're depending on the individual. Sometimes their outbursts are contextually aware, which, like we see with calling Michael B. Jordan the N word. Is aware that Michael B. Jordan is a black guy, right? So the Tourette's outbursts can be contextually aware of what's around you. But that doesn't necessarily mean it reflects the true, deep, dark, secret feelings of the person yelling the outburst. What it is more likely, as far as the interaction between the Tourette's tics and and when they audibly speak, is that they take in their surroundings, whatever it may be. They see something, and this happens to all people. There are times, I'm sure, like you see somebody, and you might, it just kind of pops into your head the worst possible thing you could say, right? But you don't say it, of course. But sometimes it just pops into your head, right? Like, what is say, I get on the show with Danny and Mr. Know-It-All, and the worst thing I could do is start calling Danny a drunk or something because, he had a drinking problem for a long time. Now, I might think that, man, I got to, make sure I don't say that because that would be very rude. But if I have Tourette's, then I might have this overwhelming, uncontrollable compulsion to actually say it. And that's what happens with a lot of these tics, is that the person with Tourette's, the only way you could really prevent them from saying something offensive would be if they wore blinders on all the time so they couldn't see the other person. Like if you've ever seen I Swear is a good movie. If you ever see the beginning scene of I Swear, it's a true story. And then you see this ceremony where the Queen of England is getting ready to present this guy with a medal. He walks into the room, and he yells at the top of his lungs, F the Queen, except he doesn't say F. And, he said that literally to the Queen of England in like 2018. That's how Tourette's works. And basically ignoring what the movie was about. Yeah, anybody that got upset at him for the BAFTA thing, honestly, the only real problem is, yeah, it might not have been the smartest thing to invite a guy with Tourette's to the BAFTAs, but it's once you invite the guy, you can't get mad at him for that'd be like if you have a person who's blind and you get mad at them because they can't see the video you put together for them. No. If you're going to invite a person with Tourette's over, don't freak out when they say something horrible and offensive, because that's what Tourette's does. Showing that none of them had actually seen or actually even watched I Swear. Yeah. Or if they did, a lot of people think Tourette's is fake. And in fact, that's kind of part of the story in the movie is the fact that a lot of people that knew this guy thought he was faking it, and that's in the movie. I don't, I'm thankful I don't have Tourette's. I have plenty of other neurological problems I'm dealing with. Tourette's ain't one of them. And so I don't know how real it is. But I have been around enough people with enough mental health struggles to know that mental health struggles are real, and some of them really affect how you behave. Like if you've never known anyone with bipolar, it's amazing how they can be so convinced of something and then the next day be convinced of the exact opposite thing. And that's a real thing. And it really, a lot of people really struggle with it. Now, those people, that go through these types of mental health issues, particularly ones that have big emotional swings and stuff, they need to learn. And I know it's difficult, but I'm saying like the way to deal with it is, you can't just cure it. You can try to treat the symptoms as best you can with chemicals, but ultimately what you have to do is to learn to be dispassionate, to not let your emotions govern your behavior. Because most of the time, our emotions do govern our behavior. We react to things because we like something or we dislike something. We react to things because someone makes us angry or someone makes us feel good. Instead, we need to be more analytical, look at the facts and all that, and basically seem like Mr. Spock. Boring? Yes. However, it'll get you out of a lot of trouble if you suffer from something like bipolar disorder or something. Mr. Know-It-All versus Barney from The Simpsons. Okay, you may not know this, Josiah, but Mr. Know-It-All is Barney from The Simpsons. True fact. Because the entire movie was about how Tourette's often forced him to say the most insulting things possible, and it got him into a lot of trouble. Yes. And it's a good movie. Highly recommend it. It's like last night's MeTV TOS episode was The Changeling. Yes, they're able to re-educate Uhura, though how could she end up with the exact same personality she had before Nomad mind wiped her? Because she's the same person. And by the way, an interesting thing that, it's unfortunate they never really got into it. I think it would be something that would be worth exploring if they ever did a remake of that episode, if they do a reboot of the original series, which I hope they do someday. But is Uhura's cognitive abilities were wiped out by Nomad, but does that mean all of her memories were erased? Or does she actually have memories, just lacking her skill sets? Because those are different parts of the brain. Your ability to speak English is not in the same part of your brain, supposedly. I mean, if we understand brain chemistry half as well as we think we do. But your ability to speak English does not stay kept in the same part of the brain as your memories, your childhood memories. And so Uhura may lose the ability to read, write, speak, etc., and they have to re-educate her for that. But that doesn't necessarily mean she forgot about the tragedy in which her family died in a shuttle accident. It doesn't necessarily mean she forgot about her, passion for music or whatever. It just means that she lost her ability to speak. So, but they never really get into it past that episode. It would have been nice to explore. And by the way, I love The Changeling. Great episode. And spends his entire life avoiding public events like award shows because he might make an outburst and offend someone, which is exactly what the celebrities did. Yeah, it's kind of sad, really. Mind wiped. Yes, I knew what you meant. For $1 million, Mr. Know-It-All should have mega fight with Brock Lesnar. I don't know who Brock is, but I'll bet you Mr. Know-It-All would do it for $1 million. But I think what would be more interesting would be pay me $1 million to get in the ring with Law Reloaded, just because that sounds fun. Whatever happened to the Doomsday Machine and the Dyson Sphere from Relics also? Yeah, some episodes do, it would be nice to see a follow-up. I actually wrote a spec script and sent it to Paramount back in the 70s. Because I was a kid at the time that I wrote it. And this is before I realized that, they're not taking new scripts because Star Trek's not in production anymore. It didn't register in my brain. But I did write a spec script for a follow-up to the Doomsday Machine. And in my story, the Klingons, basically, after the Doomsday Machine was destroyed by Kirk's suicide run, the Enterprise left and the machine drifted into Klingon space. And the Klingons used it to, and they basically figured out a way to reactivate it, but keep it under, they put like a bridge on it and everything so that they could control it and use it as a Klingon battleship. One that currently seems to frequently being misused is fascism. I think people just like saying, "Oh yeah, actually, absolutely." Nobody knows what fascist means because they think fascism means racist if you're talking about a Republican, or fascist means liberal if you're talking about a Democrat. But fascism means neither of those things. It's true that Hitler was a racist. It's true that Hitler was a military dictator, but that's not what fascism is. That's what Hitler was. Fascism is an economic system in which, so you have capitalism in which the means of producing wealth and goods are in the hands of private individuals. That's capitalism. And generally speaking, if everybody plays nice, capitalism's great. The problem is what generally tends to happen is people with wealth acquire more and more and more wealth until most of the wealth ends up in the hands of a very few people, which is what we have today. But that is in essence capitalism. On the other end of the spectrum, you have communism and socialism. Now, socialism is a little less far left as communism. Communism, there is no differentiation between the state and the people. So all people, the people are the state is the people. There's no such thing as private property. Everything belongs to the state, and therefore everything belongs to the people. And the problem with communism is that just ideally it should be utopia. In practice, it's never worked for similar reasons as the problems with capitalism. Very few people control everything. And so, even though the idea is that the people have control of everything, the truth is a couple of people have control of everything while everybody else gets an equal distribution of poverty. And so then you have socialism. Socialism is more like capitalism than communism, in that socialism, there is a separation between government and enterprise. And so there is actually the production of goods and wealth that is not a direct part of the government. But all those things are controlled directly by the government. So, in a socialist world, all the businesses would be like in America, the post office, the public schools, the police, stuff like that. So, everything, you could have businesses that do things, but they would all be run directly by either government agencies or government agents who would run it. And so even though, the United States Post Office is technically not a part of the government, it's basically run by the government. So it's kind of a weird thing. But then you have fascism. And fascism is in between socialism and capitalism. And so and it's actually kind of interesting. Fascism is where you have private enterprise owned by citizens as opposed to the government. However, the government controls said private enterprise through law and regulation. And so basically, if you're gonna make a widget maker, you can own your business making widgets, but the government's gonna tell you how many widgets to make, how much to charge for them, all that. And guess what? That's kind of what we are right now. I talked about this before, but it's sad but true that if you have basic cable TV, from Comcast or something, I'm sorry, they call their cable brand Xfinity, but whatever. So you have basic cable. Guess what? That package that you complain about as far as what's included in it, that's regulated by the government. The government says in basic cable you have to include C-SPAN, your local networks, X number of public access channels, if those are still a thing. All the stuff that's included is included based on government regulation. And guess what else is set by the government? The price, which is why basic cable is so much cheaper than the site in the next tier up. But that's also why the cable companies don't include anything other than what's required, because they're losing money on it, and so they don't want to have a lot of people with basic cable. Then you have what most people like expanded basic or standard cable or something to that effect, and that's also regulated, but the price is less regulated because the cable companies are allowed to recoup what these networks charge them. And with the digital packages, it's more or less up to the cable companies. But the problem there is that why does the government need to tell Comcast what to include in basic cable? The answer is they don't. There's no compelling need for that, but we do it, and and that's why we have things like PBS, government-sponsored propaganda television, right? And we have, and by the way, much to the chagrin of my liberal friends, I do not believe that the government should be funding a public broadcasting system. No. I'm sorry. The government has no business doing it because PBS ends up being a propaganda machine primarily for the Democrats, and I don't agree with that. So I don't think that propaganda should be the norm, but unfortunately, it kind of is. But anyway, so we live in a fascist system because the government heavily regulates almost everything. And because the government regulates everything, a lot of the problem. It's so funny. Like here, a great example of that is back in the '90s when Bill Clinton was president. One of the things he did, I was living in Oregon at the time, was he shut down the Northwest timber industry, just completely ended it. And he shut it down based on two things. One was the spotted owl was endangered. That's a whole other thing. But one of the big things that got this started was the practice of clear cutting. Now, for those of you that don't know, clear cutting at the time, what the lumber companies would do is go into a section of forest, cut down everything, 100% of the trees. And then they would plant uniformly new trees in its place, and those new trees would grow into a new forest over time. The problem with clear cutting is you're completely destroying the ecosystem in which you're cutting. Because if you have 17 different species of tree, but you replace them all with Douglas fir, when the Douglas firs all grow, then all of a sudden the creatures that were living on all these other trees are going to be confused. Some of them will die out, etc. And that's what happened with the spotted owl. So the funny thing is, so we had to stop this evil act of clear cutting by these evil timber companies. And boy, did Clinton lay it on thick about how evil these timber companies were. And then if you did a little bit of research, you would find out that the reason that all these evil companies were clear cutting the forests was because way back, I think it was in the 20s or 30s, but forestry companies were doing selective cutting. They were going into forests and they were looking for the prime trees or the right breed of what they wanted. And they cut those trees down, drag them out, and process them as lumber. And the government said, you know what, this is incredibly inefficient, and we need more trees to make lumber for houses and stuff like that. So here's what we should do. Instead of selective cutting, let's just clear out a whole area and plant one kind of tree that's beneficial to us that we can harvest then in 20 years. And that way we can have this regular thing going. So in other words, clear cutting was a government regulation that then became the excuse to destroy the timber industry. And that's not the only instance of this. The government all the time will tell industries to do things and then later attack the industry for doing what they were forced to do. It's disgusting. But yeah, that's fascism in a nutshell. The problem is that so when people call Trump a fascist or they call Biden a fascist, they're right because our government has been fascist for close to 100 years. And you talk about make America great again, but the thing is, when America was great, according to these people, we were fascist, right? The only difference between now and back then is that back then we used to think fascism was okay until Hitler gave fascism a bad name, and then all of a sudden, oh no, we're capitalists. No, we're fascists. We're just calling ourselves capitalists. And now people don't even know what fascism means. I know that's a long-winded thing. I should shut up now. AI, or using AI to put Salty in a bikini. That would be scary. And now everybody has that image in their head. Or Salty, Mr. Know-It-All, and Dork in bikinis while mud wrestling. Hey, does anyone have some extra AI tokens? Well, there you go. You should make that. New intro for when Nerd Fights comes back. Dr. Eggman versus Dr. Neocortex. I'm going to give that one to Dr. Eggman, I think. Butterbean versus Mike Tyson in his prime. Oh, Mike Tyson, easy. I'm sorry, Butterbean, yeah, he's big and all that. But Mike Tyson in his prime, I saw Mike Tyson in his prime fight. The man was a living tank. And Street Preacher says, Rambo can't sing or dance. Did you not see Rhinestone? Well, hold on. First of all, no, I did not see Rhinestone because I refuse to see a movie that I know is that bad. But even if and I'm not watching that clip because I don't want to watch Sylvester Stallone sing. But even if he sings with the voice of an angel, which I doubt, but even if he does, that's Sylvester Stallone. It's not Rambo. See the difference? Young Michael versus Trekker Viewer. I don't know who Trekker Viewer is, so couldn't answer that one. I found out the other day that Kanye is coming here to the South Carolina later this year. Nosebleed up in the rafters is going to be $60. Yeah, Ticketmaster needs to be put out of business. Well, anybody that wants to see Kanye in concert is probably their rationality is to be called into question. However, yeah, concerts are ridiculously expensive nowadays. And it's not just Ticketmaster's fault. The venues are charging a huge amount. It used to be that prime seats would be $60 and nosebleeds would be like maybe 10. Ever watch hockey fights? No. There was a movie about that real life school teacher that that had Tourette's syndrome. Oh, okay. I had not heard about that. Unless you're talking about I Swear, in which case, because he wasn't a school teacher, but he taught at a community center. I've seen them in games, although they actually don't happen nearly as often as in the past. I'm not sure what you're referring to. Oh, you're talking about hockey fights. Okay. Try to recognize the mental problem and figure out how to deal with it like the guy in A Beautiful Mind. Well, yeah. And so there's some people that have mental health issues that learn how to cope with it. But the problem is, in a lot of times, we're not even trying to help them cope anymore. Instead, we're trying to bend reality for that person. And that's like with people with body dysmorphia, instead of trying to get them to understand that the body they're in is functional and beautiful and all that, instead, we chop off their genitals or rearrange them or whatever and try to make them into something they're not. And then guess what? They might have a brief period of euphoria and then they get depressed again. Only now they've ruined their genitalia. And, so yeah, bad idea. Major Chip Hazard versus Woody. I don't know who Major Chip Hazard is. Clint Eastwood versus John Wayne. I'm going to go with Clint Eastwood on that. He just had more grizzle to him. Let's see. Where his hallucinations never go away. However, oh, and beautiful mind. Okay, where his hallucinations never go away. However, he learns to recognize that he's seeing things and is able to ignore the hallucinations still function. Oh yeah, and I know schizophrenics, and schizophrenics that have visual hallucinations. Depending on the individual, that hallucination is usually consistent. So, for example, there's a person in my family who has schizophrenia, and she sees eyeballs, and I mean literally like floating eyeballs that look absolutely real to her, which I couldn't even imagine. That would be terrifying, right? But so she sees these eyeballs floating around, and but she understands intellectually these are not real. These are a manifestation of my schizoaffective disorder, and so I am not going to give them credence, right? And Beautiful Mind, same thing, because he was seeing visual hallucinations of the same people all the time, and this is not atypical of schizophrenia. And so if you know, so whenever I see that one person that happens to look like Laura Reloaded, but naked with wings floating around, then I know that that's not real, and so I can ignore him. But when the real Laura walks in and he's naked and has wings on, well, I'd probably ignore him too. Bill, good to see you, buddy, says, whoever remembered her native language. Yeah, which I thought was really interesting. We don't know that if she remembered Swahili or if she learned Swahili first. However, I tend to think that, yeah, I don't think that Nomad erased everything. I think he took everything, like he took a big chunk off the surface. But yeah, deep down, her long term memories, like knowing Swahili, were there. Because other option, and plus, she could speak English even if she couldn't read. And so she just went back to Swahili when she was frustrated. Because the other option was to be medicated to sedatives, especially and essentially be comatose all the time. Really good movie. Yeah, it is a good movie. If you haven't seen Beautiful Mind, you should watch it sometime. Catching up finally. Yeah, I've seen hockey fights and games. What you meant is I don't actually have nearly as often as I used to. I don't watch hockey, and I don't care about couple of guys wearing body armor fighting with sticks. Solid Traeger, 2S Cochran versus First Contact Cochran. 150 years without a drop of alcohol for him to drink. Had to have been miserable for him. Not necessarily. He seemed happy and content in the 23rd century. But if you're saying a fight between TOS Cochran and First Contact Cochran, TOS Cochran easily wins. What I want to know is how is it that Cochran, when he was 30 years old, looked like Cromwell when he was like 70? But, whatever. Jackie Chan versus Mr. Miyagi. Well, that would be an interesting one considering both of them have been mentors in the Karate Kid franchise. So in that universe, I would say probably Mr. Miyagi, but being real about it, I think Jackie Chan, because Jackie Chan wins against almost anybody. Well, isn't it because cable companies have monopolies in their regions? Except they don't, and this is the thing. That's the line that regulators give you. It's an antitrust thing because cable companies have monopolies, and therefore we have to control how much they charge and what they include because you don't have any choice. But that's not true because you do have choice. Number one, you can go without because the network shows are all broadcast over the airways. Even today, they are, even though most people don't use antennas anymore, you can still get a digital antenna and watch your TV. That's perfectly okay. You can also stream it on the internet, which, granted, that's a relatively recent thing, but you've been able to stream TV on the internet for, 20 plus years now. And not only that, but something that has been around all the way back to like the 1970s, satellite TV. Satellite TV has always been available to anyone. In fact, you can get satellite in places where you can't even get cable. And so, why isn't satellite treated as a monopoly? They're not. And by the way, there are competing satellite companies, right? And there's competing, by the way, there are some areas where there's multiple cable companies. San Francisco's is an example of this. I don't know if it still is, but for a while you could get Cox Cable or AT&T Broadband at the same time. The only reason I know this, I worked for AT&T Broadband at the time. And so the poles had two sets of cables on them, and depending on who you called, they would cook one up. So they absolutely are not monopolies. And so, and the satellite alone completely breaks the monopoly myth. And the thing is, and one thing that cable companies fought and fought and fought and always lost about is they would go before these government hearings and say, okay, fine, you want to tell us to include all these channels? Tell that to the satellite guys, because this is unfair competition at this point. They're handicapping the cable companies while letting the satellite companies do anything they want. And notice for the longest time, satellite companies didn't even have an option to get the local channels. You just need an antenna for that. Daniel says, thank you, I presume, for answering his earlier question, and you're welcome. And before satellite, you only had one option for getting television service unless you were in range to pick up the networks for free with an antenna. Well, you can still get it for free with an antenna. Network TV was the first free ad-supported media distributor. No, that's not true. There were newspapers that were free before network TV. However, the larger newspapers charged. You get ABC, CBS, NBC, PBS, and eventually Fox free with some rabbit ears, and it was all paid for by you watching commercials. That is true. Not to mention local channels, the UHF channels. And by the way, they still exist. You can still do that. And cable services provide the same content to people in the suburbs and charge for free TV channels. Of course, they still include the commercials. Well, because the cable companies don't have the ability to remove the commercials. The networks do. And there are some networks that will give and again, coming from the inside, I actually did, I worked in cable for, over 10 years. But in the networks send their feed to the cable companies. We are not allowed, and this is true not just of ABC, but all the networks out there, unless there's a contract saying otherwise. We, the cable company, can't just change the content. We have to distribute it as we receive it. The contracts that alter this somewhat are many of the cable channels and sometimes the broadcast channels, but it varies. They will allow cable inserts, which means that basically during the commercial breaks, the cable companies can throw their own advertisements that they sell. And so, hey, you want to advertise on MTV, but you only want to advertise in Detroit, Michigan, you contact whatever the cable company is that covers Detroit, right? And then you can get a commercial put on MTV there. But they couldn't just remove the ads. That wasn't an option. But yeah. Young Michael versus Trek Review. Oh, Trek Reviewer. Well, I don't know Trek Reviewer well enough. I've never seen him in person, so I couldn't say. Sorry, I've always been salty about cable TV, but didn't the government have to control prices because they all have monopolies in their regions and otherwise would charge anything they wanted? No. That's the short answer. No, cable companies have never had an absolute monopoly, because when cable started, all they carried were broadcast channels. All cable was a way for you to get better reception without putting a big old antenna on your house. So if you want, you can put a big old antenna on your house, or you can pay $10 a month to the cable company, and they'll feed it to you. But then cable channels started, and as cable channels grew, then cable became more appealing. But cable has always had the direct competition of broadcast, and broadcast has always been free. So no, there is absolutely no reason to regulate cable. Major chip hazards on the movie Small Soldier. Okay, I haven't seen Small Soldier since, gosh, probably since it first came out. And let's see, where they put military grade microchips into toys that make them all alive. Yes, I remember it, but barely. And then that's of tattoos. I'm not sure what that's referring to. Ariel in the house says, "Hi everyone, hope everyone's doing good. Yes, I am still alive. They go back to my stomach for surgery to cut out ulcers, so yay. Oh, I'm sorry about the ulcers, but I am certainly glad you are alive." Let's see. Street Preacher says, "I think that he has a girlfriend. Pretty sure he's showing off some girl in the last nerd fight scene." Are you talking about Lore? I think that's a little more than his girlfriend. And then let's see. And that surprised me too. Let's see. Hockey players fight with their fists. Sure they do. Look, I don't care about hockey. So maybe they do. Maybe they hit each other with sticks. Don't care. Not sure if maybe she was mail order. Yeah, I doubt that. And believe me, if Laura ordered a mail order bride, oh, that would be hilarious. Jackie Chan versus Bruce Lee. Funny enough, they appeared together in Enter the Dragon. It's just most people don't realize Jackie Chan was in there. And Jackie Chan was actually Bruce Lee's stuntman. So when Bruce couldn't do it, Jackie did it. So that should tell you something. But Bruce was the better martial artist. Jackie was the better improvisational fighter. If they actually went at it for real, I think the world would explode. Well, OLD satellite wasn't really visible for most people. You need to build a big ugly dish, or you need a big ugly dish. Most residential neighborhoods wouldn't even let you install one in your backyard. Well, whether they would let you install it was dependent on whether or not you were part of an HOA, which I think HOAs are from the very pit of hell and should not exist. But that whole thing aside, they were still from the very beginning up until the advent of the smaller satellite dish companies and stuff like that. They were still competing with broadcast. Cable has never had a monopoly, never. So cable is mostly a monopoly in the suburbs where you're out of range of an over-the-air signal. I will tell you, no joke, I grew up on a ranch on top of a mountain that was, I mean, to get to just go to town to go to the grocery store took like a half an hour long drive through mountains, right? And guess what? We got TV reception just fine. You were not out of range. You might have to get a bigger antenna, but you were not out of range. Hank Hill versus Cotton Hill. Cotton Hill easily kills Hank. And sorry, I guess radio is available before over-the-air TV. That's true too. And Alex Bogey, haven't seen you in forever, says, "Greetings, Stanley here." He is, which you probably already know that, but he goes by Street Preacher now. He wanted to give me the quick overview of what I missed. Oh, wow, good luck with that. Let's see. Stan says, and the evil thing was the cable companies also added commercials to paid exclusive cable channels, just like streamers. All started building commercials in their paid tiers as well. Now, again, you are exaggerating. I'm going to give you a little inside baseball here, right? The so-called premium channels were channels like HBO, Cinemax, Showtime. Those channels, you'll notice, the cable companies did not have the right to insert. They could not put ads on. Then you had channels like the Sci-Fi Channel or MTV or ESPN, right? Those were the higher tier cable channels that were commercial channels, right? All of them were commercial channels. Like, Sci-Fi didn't make their money through subscriptions. They made their money through a combination of subscription and ads. And a lot of people say, wait, I never subscribed to the Sci-Fi Channel. Yes, you did. You just didn't realize it. So when you pay your cable bill, let's say your cable bill was $50 a month, right? And for that $50 a month, you get 75 channels, standard, extended, basic kind of thing, right? And so you have these 75 channels, and you pay $50, and you say, man, those cable companies are making so much money. What you don't realize is that, and this is not kidding at all. Like every single person who got Sci-Fi Channel, right? Like 75 cents of your bill went to the Sci-Fi Channel. That was how much Sci-Fi charged the cable companies to put their channel on their lineup. And so the cable company would pay them 75 cents per subscriber for that channel. And so when they put Sci-Fi in the extended basic tier, that means that you just added a 75-cent expenditure to your company for every customer you have. And this is true of every channel. And they all negotiated different rates based on their popularity. The most popular was ESPN. ESPN was charging several dollars, which doesn't sound like a lot of money. But if you're paying, so it was like $7-8 for ESPN per customer. So now, immediately, so if you pay $50 a month, by the time when you pay ESPN, well, now you're down to $43. But then you got to pay Sci-Fi Channel, so now you're down to $42.25. But then you got to pay MTV, so now you're down to $39, and you work your way down to where by the time they pay off all the channels, then the actual profit margin for cable is just a few bucks. It's not a lot of money. And keep in mind, they do lose money on basic cable, but they only make a few bucks off of extended basic. When you add on a premium channel like HBO, HBO charges an exorbitant amount. But that's why you also pay more. So you might pay $15 a month or whatever it was for HBO. And of that $15, like $12 will go to HBO and $2 or, whatever. Actually, probably more like 14 to HBO and $1 to the cable company. Cable companies did not make a ton of money off of an individual's bill. The way that they made money was by servicing tens of thousands of customers. And so if if you're only making, say $5 to $10 on a household per month, then that sucks. But if you have 100,000 customers, okay, now you're making some money. So that's how it really worked. But as far as them, and by the way, yes, they did make money off of inserting commercials. But those were only on the networks that allowed it. And by the way, those shows had it preset. Like if you ever watch the actual feed that comes into the head end for if you work at the cable company, guess what you see? You'll see like some commercial that's a national commercial, and then you'll see a blank screen with the text on here saying, insert number one, whatever. And now you have it's all computer controlled now, but to where the computer would automatically insert the commercial at that point, and then at the and you knew how much time you had. Like it would say 30 seconds, 1 minute, whatever it was, and then the cable company could then sell advertisement for that at whatever rate they want. And so that's, and by the way, you know how you know if they sold all their commercial time is when you see, and this is true of streaming services too, if you're watching, let's say, Paramount Plus, because you're watching some Star Trek, and you have the cheap package, so you're getting commercials. So the commercial break comes up, and you see a commercial for, Progressive Insurance, and then when that commercial ends, you see a commercial for Paramount Plus, or a commercial for a show that is on Paramount Plus. That means they didn't sell all their commercials. And so what they do is if they don't sell it, they just advertise themselves. Little inside pool for you, or inside baseball, or whatever you call it. Josiah saying hi to Alex. Yeah, I have not seen Alex in forever. I hope you're doing well, Alex, and I assume you're just as grumpy as you always have been. Let's see. Hey Josiah, happy Sunday of Saint Mary of Egypt. No idea what you're talking about there. I guess that's a thing. And R.I.P. Chuck Norris. Yes, sad Chuck Norris. Chuck Norris, though, did not die. Death, Chuck Norris. Expo, yeah, Priest was talking about that. Yep. In combat situation, the Orville versus the ship from Galaxy Quest. That's an interesting one because we don't, we know a little bit about the weaponry on the Galaxy Quest, but not a lot. We know that there's like red cannons and blue cannons, but we don't really know what they do. We just remember that the captain orders fire fire blue cannons. And I'm like, okay, what does that mean? And it was enough to at least surprise Saris before he turned around and attacked him again. But but the Orville we know a lot more about as far as the weapons and speed and everything of the ship. So I can't really make a fair comparison because we'd have to have more Galaxy Quest to be able to compare it to. Hank Hill versus Johnny Knoxville. Well, in a straight up fight, I think Hank Hill. Honestly. Johnny Bravo versus Batman. Batman easily. You guys are weird with that stuff. Street saying hey to Alex. Why did you change your name? And yeah, he didn't change his name. That's just the way that YouTube works. Remember, they changed it so that it shows your handle now instead of your chosen name. So Alex Bogey. So like your name is Alex Bogatirov, which I assume is your real name, as opposed to Alex Bogey. But it doesn't say Alex Bogey like it used to. And yeah, it's right there. YouTube named to our handles now. I think I meant that Basic Cable had commercials. Yeah, but Basic Cable has always had commercials except for PBS and C-SPAN. PBS would have advertisers that would be like, this program is brought to you by a generous donation from the Chubb Group. I always wondered who the Chubb Group was, but yeah. But anyway, so, they had stuff like that, but and the cable companies couldn't do inserts on that. And I don't think C-SPAN had commercials. I don't know if it still does or not because I haven't watched C-SPAN directly in a long time. Yeah, it's got my last name now. Yep, that's what YouTube did. Stuff like MTV, Sci-Fi, A&E. Yeah, those. What they'll do is so for example, MTV. Let's say they say, "Hey, we want $3 per subscriber to be on your cable system," and Comcast is like, "Oh hell no." You were popular back in the day, but now, we'll give you $1, right? And so you're negotiating with MTV on this. And so then MTV will say, tell you what, we'll drop it to $1.50 and we'll allow you to do, 1 minute and 30 seconds of advertising per half hour of broadcast. And then they strike that deal. And that's how those things happen. It's a negotiating tool that allows the network to charge, they'll charge less to the cable company for the right to rebroadcast in exchange for advertising time. And stuff like HBO was extra, which my parents would never add to our service. Well, of course not. And that's why you would watch the scrambled version of Cinemax at 2 o'clock in the morning, hoping to see some scrambled weird boobs. Yeah, the premium channel really changed the stereotype about the idiot box. I don't know if it changed the stereotype about it. It just meant that you could get more idiotic things. In fact, the big thing with the premium channels, I remember when I was a kid, because we never had cable when I was a kid, but I would go to a friend's house where they had the premium channels. And the big thing was, ooh, we get to see boobies, or we get to hear people say dirty words. It was the only way at the time that kids could see R-rated movies. Did the Christian cable channels get any sort of special treatment? Not that I'm aware of. It was the same as everybody else. So sometimes, because what you would do is, if like if you set up the Christian Broadcasting Network, I think that's a real thing, right? CBN, and you want to be on all the cable systems, and the cable company's like, I don't think you're that popular. You say, yeah, but you know what? I'll tell you what. You can, we'll only charge you 25 cents per customer, and you can have 3 minutes of advertising time per hour, or whatever it is. And so then the cable company's like, okay, fine. And of course, those channels don't make their money through commercials; they make their money through donations. Usually by convincing people of lies of commandments of scripture that don't exist and stuff like that. Can't remember if this stuff like 700 Club was set on basic. Well, 700 Club was a show, not a network. CBN was a network. Nah, not grumpy. Lent has mellowed me out. Well, no, that sucks. I miss Grumpy Alex. Because Grumpy Alex would not only fight me on stuff, but then send me lots of money. And so that made me feel good. Eating celery, shrimp, and carrots. My fridge smells like a fishing boat. Oh, I'm truly sorry, man. If I don't have meat, that ain't gonna happen. Was there any religious programming on the broadcast network before cable was around? Sure. Channels like CBS, ABC, they would put on, especially on Sunday morning, they would put on various churches. Like a lot of the times, keep in mind that networks had their local time and their network time. So network time was usually like what you call prime time in the evenings, certain times during the day, like when they had the soap operas on and stuff. But Sunday mornings was usually local, and so a lot of the times a local church would actually broadcast on the networks on Sunday mornings. There were also some of the big mega churches would do broadcast shows usually on Sunday mornings, and they tried to get on the big networks. So yes, absolutely. Johnny Bravo versus Boomhauer. I think Johnny Bravo wins the fight, but Boomhauer would win any debate. And Boomhauer definitely gets more ladies. Alex says, sorry, I'm upset about the war with Iran. I'm sorry, but I am upset about the war with Iran, not what I voted for. I should stick to my libertarian principles and not get involved anymore. Well, I would say this. So I'll take that as an apology, to which I'll say apology accepted, because of how you kept defending your boy Trump and I kept attacking him and, blah, blah, blah. And now maybe you're finally realizing that Trump is kind of a jerk. But anyway, yeah, I'm against the war in Iran as well. And it's also, and by the way, for people like you, the real hardcore MAGAs and stuff, it's like, yeah, this is exactly not what you voted for, because Trump ran on a whole thing of no regime change wars, none of this. And even though, what are we doing in Iran? Well, we're not putting boots on the ground, no, but we're trying to get regime change there. Let's see. Dale versus Bill. Dale Dribble versus, I think Dale wins because he's got a huge storehouse of chemical weapons. Bill is a better trained fighter, but I think Dale wins. Plus, Bill's fat. Side track on a planet with no other life on it, a no holds barred fight between Thor and the Incredible Hulk. Who wins? That's a tough one, actually. Depends on which version of Thor and the Incredible Hulk, but let's just for fun say the MCU version, because those two fought to a standstill in Ragnarok. And now Thor kind of won that fight, but it didn't go the distance. But I do think Thor, as far as the MCU is concerned, and possibly with the exception of Sentry, we haven't really seen Sentry go against anybody yet. But I would say Thor is the single most powerful Avenger, and so I would give it to Thor. But it would definitely Thor is not coming out of it without a few bruises. Alex says, my sitter's mother's church preaches renaming Easter into Resurrection Day. Your church doing any of that? Well, we don't preach that we need to change the name, but we do just call it Resurrection Weekend. So we don't call it Easter. But again, it's just a matter of choice. And thank you so much for the super chat there, Alex. I knew you'd come through for me because you're a gentleman. Well, not really. You're kind of a jerk, but I love you anyway. But 4.99 super chat says, "Fine, here you go. Mad Men has the best scene in TV history when Don Draper presents the Kodak carousel and talking about how it's a time machine that you ride." Well, I have not watched. I've only watched like one or two episodes of Mad Men. I couldn't get into it that much. Not my cup of tea. But I will take your word for it. I don't think that's the best scene in TV history. But just from your description, yeah, not even close. But I'm glad you enjoyed it. Dan Connor versus Hank Hill. I'd say Hank Hill. He's in better shape. Hey, how do you know? And I swear, let's see. How did you know? And I swear I saw a nipple. Yeah, I'm not sure what you're talking about there. I disagree. Mad Men on AMC was a work of art. Well, I didn't know that there was a guy named Art that made it. But I thought they've been decimated and you already won. Not sure what you mean there. Decimated only means 10% has been destroyed. Yeah, decimated is a term that's overused in conflicts. I think the word you're looking for is something like eviscerated. But the funny thing is, like I gotta say, watching Trump's cabinet members in front of Congress is absolute balls to the wall, pure entertainment every time. It's just great. Now, Pam Bondi is obviously the most energetic of them and the most hilarious to watch. Christy Nome, she's like your typical climate denier type. She's just passes the buck on everything, but she's gone now anyway because she dared to imply that Trump approved of her overpriced ad campaign. But what's her name? Now I'm forgetting. Oh gosh. Name cabinet members. All right. Tulsi Gabbard, the director of national intelligence. When she was testifying before Congress a week or so ago, There was a line of I got respect for Tulsi, even if I disagree with her on a lot of stuff, because as a person who spent a serious amount of time in the military and has a lot of discipline clearly from those days, she actually, unlike everybody else that goes before frickin' Congress, she actually answered a lot of the questions, even ones that were uncomfortable. And at one point, the senator said, "So, Secretary Gabbard, you last year, the administrations put forth that they had completely devastated Iran's ability to produce nuclear weapons. Is that true?" And she said, "Yes." I was, okay. You've also published that Iran has made no significant effort to rebuild its nuclear program. Is that true? Yes. Okay. Is that true to this day? Yes. So we now know that we destroyed Iran's ability to make nukes, and Iran has not made any attempt to rebuild its nuclear program. So then, what is the imminent threat of nuclear attack that Trump keeps talking about, which is the excuse for this war that he doesn't want to call a war? And to which her only answer that she can give is it's the office of the President of the United States that determines whether something is an imminent threat. And so basically, there is no imminent threat. It doesn't exist. I mean, at least when George Bush went to war, there was evidence, even if it was untrue. There was at least evidence. Trump's just doing it and saying, believe me, people, it's a threat, with no evidence whatsoever. Don't believe him. Don't trust him. And I think this war is a smokescreen. Absolutely did. Scrambled Skinamax. Yes, indeed. I remember that well. Joking that Trump seems to keep the term. Joking that Trump seems to keep using the term decimated. Yeah, he does use it sometimes, but a lot of people use it incorrectly. Look, of all the crazy things that Trump says, him misusing the term decimated is not even on my radar. And they've been decimated 5 times and not like 50%. Well, there you go. That's true. And Josiah says Squidward versus Eustace Bagg. I know that name, but I don't know who that is. So now I got to look it up. Okay, Eustace Bagg. Oh, okay. That's the dude from Courage, the Cowardly Dog. When you said Eustace versus Squidward, ooh, that's tough. I think I'm going to have to give that one to Eustace because I believe at least once or twice we've seen that he at least owns a gun, even if he doesn't know how to use it. So, yeah, that's going to be my answer. All right, so, and Alex, just as I'm about to say, well, I'm going to give it up for the night or the day or the whatever it is, with another $5 super chat. Thank you, Alex. I can't tell you how much I appreciate that. Whenever any of you guys super chat, I do. It gets to me. But thank you. It says, yeah, I apologize. Got played by Trump when he criticized Bush only to start a holy war. Those who are still MAGA have Stockholm syndrome or too proud. My God, you have come around, Alex. You and I may fundamentally disagree on some things, but I'm glad, I'm not saying this just to be a jerk. I am trying to be a jerk, but I'm not saying it just to be a jerk. I am truly heartwarmed that you have seen the truth, finally. That, Trump is, he is a very, here's why I think of Trump. And I've said this before, and I'll maintain this unless proven otherwise. My current working theory is that Trump is still a classic New York Democrat who is attempting to destroy the Republican Party from within. And I think he's doing a bang-up job of it. That's my theory. Yeah, he declares victory as if the airstrikes are releasing angels. Yeah, but the funny thing is he declares victory. He's declared victory like 5 times. And why are we still doing it? Why are we still there? I mean, doesn't make any sense. Trump can reuse Bush's big premature mission accomplished sign. Well, but the funny thing is, at least when Bush put mission accomplished up, they did something. Here, we just dropped some bombs and called it a day. We didn't even do anything. Heck, what is the mission? There's a meme about Trump declaring victory the first week, saying we were winning in the second and begging Japan and Europe to help in the third. Yeah, that's kind of funny. It's true, though. He declared victory in the first week. He said that we are winning in the second and begging Japan and Europe to help in the third. That is so true and kind of, yeah. I know I've gone off on Trump a million times on this channel, but keep in mind, I am not defending Democrats when I attack Trump. Because you know what? Trump's not a conservative. I am. But the problem is that people don't, just like we were talking about fascism earlier, another quick, and I do need to wrap it up, but we'll talk about this for just a minute. Conservative doesn't mean I'm a jerk to immigrants and I'm pro-life, right? Those are things that most Republicans agree with, but that's not conservatism. Conservatism, as the name kind of implies, means to conserve or protect the institution of the Constitution of the United States of America. Conservatism, liberalism, and a political stance, particularly in America, specifically have to do with the Constitution of the United States. Conservatives believe that the Constitution is written in stone, metaphorically speaking, that whatever the Constitution says, we do. It is the highest law of the land. If, for some reason, the Constitution falls out of date, then we need to pass an amendment. That's why there's an amendment system. But we do not change just because we don't like what it says anymore. That's a conservative. That's me. A liberal, when it comes to the Constitution, says, no, the Constitution is a living, breathing document. And it has to change and flow with the times. So, yes, the Second Amendment just says the right to keep and bear arms, but the Founding Fathers had no idea that there was going to be semi-automatic assault rifles. So, those don't count, right? Because we need to adjust for the times. No, I disagree with that. The Second Amendment clearly says that we have the right to keep and bear arms. And when people argue, well, they're not talking about military arms, they absolutely are talking about military arms, because at the time, that's how the military existed, was they said, hey, guys, go grab your guns, let's fight the Brits. So yes, they were talking about military-grade weaponry, which means I have no problem, based on the Second Amendment, of somebody going to a weapons store and buying a fully functional, fully automatic M60 machine gun. And by the way, if you haven't seen it, that's what Rambo uses which is funny because you can't shoot one standing up. Trust me, you can't. There is a standing position for firing the M60, but it actually requires 2 guys. But at any rate, so that is a real machine gun as opposed to the M16 as an assault rifle. 2 different classifications of weapon. But if somebody wants to go and spend the tens of thousands of dollars that it costs to get an M60, not to mention the expensive ammunition because it comes in the chain format and all that, fine, do it. Knock yourself out. You want to buy a tank? Go right ahead. You want to buy an F-16 or heck, an F-29 once it's declassified. Because classified stuff is different. That's a different kind of clause. But yeah, go right ahead. Do you want to buy a nuke? And the reason is that nukes, just like biological weapons and chemical weapons, are regulated not just by the United States Constitution, but by international treaty. And so you cannot own a weapon that is regulated by an international treaty. But you can own anything else. I have no problem. If you got the money for an M1 Abrams tank, fine. I don't care. I don't know where you're going to drive the stupid thing, but, have fun with it. I believe the mission is to expand the borders of Israel. But does Israel... Hold on. Let me look at... Try to find a decent map of the area. Come on. I'm not looking for a freaking video about it. Jeez, just show me. Okay. All right, so let's go to the old switcheroo screen. And by the way, I did your other super chat. I'm going to get to just a second, Alex. Share screen, window. There we go. So here we are in beautiful Google Maps, right? So here's Israel, right? And notice Israel's a tiny, tiny little country. But look, you got Israel here, all right? But then over here you have Jordan, totally different country, right? And then after Jordan, you have Saudi Arabia. Okay. So you got Saudi Arabia here, right? And there's Iraq, right? Big old country, Iraq, right there. Okay. Look at all that big old land that Iraq is. Oh, wait, now we're in Iran. Okay. So let's zoom out a bit. So here's Iran, Iraq, Kuwait, Syria, Lebanon, all that. So Israel is nowhere near. I mean, why Israel is interested in bombing Iran, I don't know what their excuses are. Maybe it has something to do with the Hamas attacks or something. I genuinely don't know. But, they're literally on the opposite sides of the Middle East. So why would Israel be so interested in attacking Iran? Don't know. Don't care. I don't think we belong there. Now, Israel's an ally, so if they want to attack Iran, they're more than welcome to, but I don't think we have any reason to go in and help them unless Iran was attacking Israel, which they're not. So, yeah, somebody explain that to me, please. All right. And there is, oh, look, the screen has the announcement. So thank you. I'll get to that one in just a second, but let me switch back to the main screen so I can actually see it. Why does your church not use the name Easter? Because Easter is not the name of the date. If anything, you could say, like Robert was pointing out earlier, it's Passover, technically. And actually, it's not even Passover because the Sunday after Passover's done. Passover ends on Saturday. But at any rate, so it's, if you want to go by Jewish terms, it's the Sunday after Passover. By Christian terms, I would say it's Resurrection Sunday. Easter is a pagan festival of fertility. So if you want to celebrate Estros, and by the way, that's why rabbits, eggs, all that stuff, symbols of fertility, of reproduction, sex. That's what Easter is all about if you just go by Easter. Now, do I think that if you call it Easter, you're a pagan that worships sex? Not at all. I'm just saying that's where it came from. And that's not what I'm celebrating. I'm celebrating the anniversary of the resurrection of our Lord, Jesus Christ. And so I think that calling it Resurrection Sunday is more accurate. So that answers the question. And so now to your other question, and thank you again for the super chat, Alex. I missed you so much, buddy. Last question. Before you go to Uber, what do you think of the evangelical dispensationalists like Senator Cruz who want this war to bring on the rapture? I have not heard Cruz say that, so I'm not going to comment on him for saying something that I have not heard him say. But if you are an evangelical Christian who wants a war in the Middle East simply to bring about the rapture, whoa, my camera just froze. Hopefully you guys can still hear me. That was weird. Let me go to over here to make sure it's showing that it's playing back properly. It looks like the stream is still live. So let me see if I can fix this on the camera. Waiting for activation. Okay, yeah, dismiss that. Come on. And yeah, you got to give me a pain in the behind here. And thank you, Josiah says we can hear you. Thank you. Uh-oh. And what the heck happened there? Come on. What is going on here? It says I'm still broadcasting. Come on. Weird. I'll point that there, and we'll try to refresh. Why is that not launching? There we go. Finally. Okay. And sorry about that. I just wanted to make sure that we were not having some major malfunction here. All right. Let me turn this around here. All right. Now it's a little messy, but that's all right. All right. Back to where we were. Okay. So again, not going to comment on Ted Cruz, anything he may have said on this, because I haven't heard him actually say anything on this. But if you're an evangelical Christian that wants a war in the Middle East in order to bring about the rapture, I'd say a couple of things. Number one, you're a sick MFer, because I don't want the wars. I don't want the suffering for humans. As the Bible itself says, I want everybody to go to heaven, right? I want everybody to turn around. I want, as long as we aren't in the middle of the end of the world, I want as many people as possible to go to heaven. That's what I want. I care about that more than, the rapture. Now, on the flip side, I think you're in for a hell of a disappointment if you're waiting around for a rapture, because I don't think there's going to be one. So I think that the idea that somehow, God is going to just whisk away all the Christians so they don't have to deal with the crap at the end times, I think is a fairy tale. I don't think that's in the Bible. Because it shows that there are Christians on the earth right up until the very end when, God wipes everything away. But there are Christians there right up to the end. And there can't be any Christians there if they're all raptured. So, I think that's going to be a problem. So yeah, I don't believe in the rapture, and I think that you're a sick MFer if you want the suffering of people just to bring it about. Because what it's really saying is, screw the world. I want to go to heaven. That's kind of Ted Cruz's attitude, if that's what he's saying. Is I don't care about everybody else. I just want to get my opportunity to go to heaven. So please, God, just let it happen now, right? And I think that is sick and wrong and narcissistic and all that crap. I think that we should want as much time as possible to try and convince as many people as possible of the truth of salvation. And even though I know you and I have some fundamental disagreements as far as theology is concerned, I dare say you probably are at least somewhat with me on that. So yeah, no respect for that whatsoever. Let's see. Wrong button there. Okay. And back to the why don't you not use Easter? And Stan says we're in North America. I'm calling it Wester. Oh, I get it, instead of Easter. What did Jesse Ventura use in Predator? Oh gosh, there is a name for that. I can't remember what it's called, but yeah, it's basically it's basically a grenade launcher, but I'm not sure of the exact specifications for it. But yeah, if you want to buy one of those, knock yourself out. The ammo on that's going to be ridiculously expensive, just to be clear. Like there's a weapon that's commonly used. It's called a street sweeper. Those things, badass. They're basically like they look a lot like what Jesse Ventura was using. Or no. I'm sorry. I'm getting my weapons mixed up. I was thinking of not Jesse Ventura, but the one that the little guy was. You got time? You got time to duck? That guy. Jesse Ventura was a minigun, and that's another thing you cannot fire standing up. It's a vehicle-mounted weapon. That's the kind of weapon that you mount on the front of an Apache helicopter. You do not walk around with them. However, just for fun in Hollywood, they make it so the big burly men can do that. But yeah, so minigun. That's what I was thinking of. Sorry. But yeah, but also yeah, the ammo for that would be ridiculously expensive. You would go through so many rounds firing that thing. I mean, they're deadly, but it would be ridiculously expensive. There are right wingers you wouldn't want to meet who are jerks and they hate Trump. There are right wingers you wouldn't want to meet who are jerks and they hate Trump. I have no idea what you mean there, other than yeah, there are jerks on both sides of the political aisle. And Trump is losing support. He's hurting bad. By the way, Alex, I got to tell you, as soon as I get off this live stream, first thing I'm going to do is run into our room and tell my wife. And it looks like I froze up again, of course. But I'm going to run into the room and tell my wife that you have changed your ways when it comes to Trump, because I'm so excited about that. Yeah, I really hate. You see, so I use an iPhone for my camera, and one thing that it does from time to time, and it's done it twice now today, is it pops up a little thing saying, "Hey, this iPhone isn't activated." Why? Because it's an older iPhone. I used to use it for my phone, and now I use it as a camera for my streaming until I can afford to get the camera that I want. But the camera that I want is several $100s, and I just don't have the money. But every now and then that pops up and it screws things up, especially when I stream for a long time, like today. I'm pushing 4 hours now. Gotta hurry. M134 minigun, thank you. Intended to mount on helicopters on armored vehicles, yes. And trust me, you cannot fire one standing up. It is not possible. Just like an M60, an M134 is, has more kick. I mean, like if you fired one straight down, it'd probably launch you in the air. It's got so much kick. Israel wants Iran to become chaotic like Syria or Libya so their allies like Hezbollah or Hamas so that they don't harass Israel. It's selfish, but Israel is in a vulnerable situation. But here's my thing on that, Alex. And I do believe that Israel is a close ally and all that. And I believe in supporting Israel as an ally. What I don't believe in is fighting their wars for them, which is what we're doing. I'm sorry, Israel's big boy. If they want to destroy Iran, they are more than capable of doing so. They don't need our help. And quite frankly, I think it's disgusting that we're there. I think that what we should do is get the heck out of Dodge there. But, obviously, if anybody attacks Israel, oh, yeah, we go after them wholeheartedly. So let's say, so Israel launches airstrikes against Iran. Let's say as a response, just picking a country in the area, so say Saudi Arabia, for whatever reasons, decide, you know what, screw that noise. We don't like what Israel's doing. And so Saudi Arabia attacks Israel. At that point, we can get involved and we might defend Israel by attacking Saudi Arabia because Israel is an ally. That's how allegiances work. But us and Israel just bombing the crap out of Iran, this looks like just bullying. But of course, that's part and parcel for Trump. All right, audio's fine, blah, blah, blah. All right, Ted Cruz is no Christian. He said recently during interviews that not to offend the Jews, that believers should not. During an interview, not to offend the Jews, that believers should not call Christ King of all. Again, I didn't see him say that. So I want to see the actual quote. But let me see if I can find it real quick. Did 10 Jews say not to? Let's see. In March 2026, Senator Ted Cruz stated that while he agrees with the theological statement, Christ is King, he is troubled by its misuse as a coded anti Semitic message by some far right online groups. Cruz affirmed, I agree with this is the quote. It says, I agree with the statement, Christ is King, but criticized how it's being weaponized in online discourse. So I don't know exactly, what he says. Let me see. Here's a YouTube video of supposedly having it. Let me see if I can find it. Yeah. Come on. All right. So the interviewer says you have podcasters that say Christ is King. They say one thing out of their mouths, but they're anti-Semitic. So I don't know if you guys can hear, but I'm about to let's see what he says. In fact, let's do this real quick. So you guys know what's going on. We switch screens, and we'll remove this, and then we're gonna Oops, that's not what I meant to do. But screen share. That's what it was. Okay. So share media. Yeah, I screwed that up, but oh well. Man, not share media. Share screen window, that one, and also share audio. You might hear an echo for a little bit while we watch this, but that's okay. All right. So let's see what he says here.
Replacement theology, excuse me.
So I will say, Heidi and I are members of First Baptist Church in Houston. Our pastor, Greg Mott, is a dear friend and a wonderful pastor. And one of the things we've started doing this year is Pastor Greg is coming to my house, typically Sunday afternoons or evenings, and just spending some time in Bible study and prayer.
So right here, he's just virtue signaling, saying that, okay, he's a Baptist, he's buddies with the pastor of his church who comes over to his house for Bible study and prayer after church on Sundays. Which that's just an example, I'm sorry, of Senate privilege, if you will. Because most of us don't get to have our pastor just come over to our house every Sunday for a personal Bible study. But since Ted Cruz is a senator, he can, assuming he's telling the truth, which I will assume at this point.
And just this last Sunday, a week ago, we were talking about exactly what you just asked. And I said, I'm really troubled by how the phrase Christ is King is being used. Look, I agree with the statement Christ is King. Although it is being used online in a way that is meant to say, screw you, Jew. It is being used in a context very directly to say, I hate Jews, and that's almost an online code word. Christ is King is, I hate the Jew.
Is that your view, or why do you say that?
Because you see the people who are saying it, and they're saying it in that context. They're saying Jews are horrible, good, like they're attacking Jews, and they end with Christ is King to make it sound like somehow there's a biblical basis for attacking Jews. Look, Jesus was a Jew. And
All right, so there's the actual statements from Cruz. Now, Robert, I would say this. He didn't say believers should not say Christ is King, only that it is used, and I think he's right, that some people will, just like when you listen to some of these, I'm sorry, these MAGA Christians that don't know the Bible, but they'll quote something out of context to try and push their agenda. Using the Bible as a weapon in an incorrect way is nothing new. And so, and I would dare say that what Senator Cruz did, while, was Senator Cruz the best example of a Christian? Probably not. But at the same time, I don't really disagree with what he's asserting there, which is that Christ is King is a true statement, but using it as a weapon against a group of people by saying, you're bad, you're wrong, you're wrong. Christ is King. What? Well, Ventura can handle it because he's a sexual tyrannosaurus. That's true. But he also called everybody a bunch of slack-jawed F word that means homosexual, which, you can't really say anymore, which I thought was kind of hilarious, that he then became governor after using that line. Cameron thinks it's time to end the live stream. Well, it's past, and I should have ended the live stream 2 hours ago. But you guys have been nice. Plus, Alex is back. How could I cut off when Alex is here? He might super chat again. Sad that Ventura didn't go for a second term. Governor and Reform Party at least offered more choices, just like Green Party on the left. Oh yeah, I'll be honest with you, Alex. Last couple of elections, I voted Libertarian. Because the Republicans, until the MAGA movement dies, the Republicans have nothing for me. Sounds good. Say hi to your wife. I absolutely will. Democracy is destroying the world. I wouldn't say democracy is. I would say America is. Jeff is in the house. Good to see you. Nick how do you say that name? Started this thing to get people to say Christ is King in order to weed out Jews who wouldn't be comfortable saying the phrase from Christian nationalist spaces. Yeah, and you know what? I think Christian nationalism is evil. I'm sorry. I'll just say I don't know anything about Nick. I've heard his name pop up a couple of times in interview. Well, what do you think of Nick Fontaine, or however you say his name? But I don't know anything about him. Never watched him. Don't know him whatsoever. So don't care about that. However, if you're going to do something like say, hey, everybody, get everybody to say Christ is King, because the Jews, those Jews, they won't say it. And that's how we can weed them out of the group. What the hell? Look, we already have a masked police force without cameras running around kidnapping people on the street. Now, you literally want to weed out the Jews. What is going on, people? The scary thing is, people go for it. Our parishioners have bad pastor or religious figures. That's an interesting word. Multi-Gunman says, hi, how's it going? Hi, how are you? I'm doing all right, buddy. I'm getting ready to wrap it up because I've been going for about 4 hours now. When we had monarchy, the world was better. I definitely disagree with that. I believe in what this country stands for, but I think that Trump has made a mockery of what this country stands for. And the sad thing is unlike Alex Bogey, who welcome to the side of reason, Alex. Unlike Alex Bogey, a lot of people still think that Trump is speaking truth. So hopefully, here's my big prediction, Alex. I don't know if you're still listening, but this is my big prediction for this year. I think when the midterms come around this fall, I think the Democrats win big. Now, am I supporting that? Am I excited about that? No, I can't. The Democrats are evil. I don't like their agenda whatsoever, but they're going to win big. There is one net positive that could come out of this. I think the first thing the Democrats are going to do when they take over next year is they are going to impeach Trump a third time. When this third impeachment goes to the Senate, I hope, and I'm talking to people like you, Alex, people who are former MAGAs or people that started out supporting Trump, but now kind of see through him. My God, reach out to your politicians, reach out to your senators, get them to convict him. Kick him out of office. That's what needs to happen. Trump has made an absolute mockery out of the greatest social experiment in history called the United States of America. Is America perfect? Absolutely not. Is America the greatest place to be? Absolutely. But Trump is doing his best to change that. Alex says, well, Russia got disappointed in that. And I'm not sure what you mean. Are you talking about Trump because he didn't follow through for Russia, or not sure? And Josiah says, Trump is old. He wouldn't run a fourth time anyway. It's not about him running a fourth time. It's about I want him kicked out of office. Because if he is impeached, he could be out of office by February of next year. And I am all for that. And because I'm sorry, the first two impeachments I thought were sketchy at best. This time, though, I think if you try to impeach him based on abuse of power, I think you got him. And Alex with another super chat as I'm trying to finish up. Thank you, buddy. Says, I don't think Israel is capable of taking on Iran. Its mountainous has newest drone technology. Its huge army of 600,000. Israel struggling in Gaza. I would say this. Israel, first of all, is not struggling in Gaza. Israel is holding back massively in Gaza. But because they're trying to avoid as much collateral damage as they can. And the thing is, every time Israel does something, 1 million people are screaming how unfair and cruel Israel is because they defended themselves. However, the mountainous terrain and drone technology is not going to matter. Israel has a superior air force that can completely... everything that because keep in mind, we're not sending boots on the ground. At least I hope not. We're not invading on the ground. And unless we get into a land war in Iran, there's nothing we've done that Israel couldn't do by themselves. It would just take them a little longer. Would things have been better under Harris? Not necessarily. I think what we need is a better Republican. And that's why there were a couple of Republicans that ran the last time that I supported that were not Trump, but unfortunately Trump won. And it just needed a better Democrat leader first. I think we need a better Republican leader. The Democrats need somebody too, but because they need to throw up a good candidate. But Harris was a desperation move because Biden stepped down, and I think if Harris had time to prepare to run, I think she could have won, but she didn't. Don't think so. Harris is escalating things with Russia. At least your boss Biden was in long-range rockets, so pick your poison. I'll be honest with you, and I know you and I are going to fundamentally disagree on this one, Alex. F Russia, right? I think that we should have escalated things with Russia, to be honest. I think that what's going on in the Ukraine is horrible and needs to be stopped. And I know, again, I understand you disagree with me on this, but that's just my opinion. And I think that we should have gone in and basically, if we're going to do anything as far as new conflict, it should have been in Ukraine, not in fricking Iran. Street Preacher says, I'm Canadian, so it doesn't matter. However, I'm not sure. I would have voted Democrat just because Kamala seems so incompetent. Yeah, I would have voted, well, I did. I voted Libertarian because Trump and Harris are just, I mean, it was like the old South Park episode. It was a giant douche versus a turd sandwich. I'm not voting for either one of those. Yeah, let's make history with the first actual removal since Nixon resigned. Absolutely. I want to see it. Well, Trump will make history twice next year. He'll be the first person ever impeached 3 times after being the first person impeached 2 times. And then he will be the first person actually removed from office because, unlike Nixon, Trump does not have the class to step down when he realizes he's in trouble. So, yes, I'm with you 100% on that, Alex. And on that happy note, we will wrap up because mark your calendars, 3/29/2026 is definitely the end of the world because Alex Bogey and I agree about Trump. That's scary.